Hi there. How we doing? This is going to be a stream I've been wanting to do for a long time. This is also my first ever stream on YouTube. So I'm on Twitch and YouTube. So Twitch is Vidya, as you know. On YouTube, Vidya James. It's all the same, no matter where you're chatting. I have both chats open. So what this is basically, a couple months ago, a good friend of mine, Jackson Perotti, you may know him if you've been around my stream before, Mr. YouTube Accordion Man, etc., all around just wonderful, wonderful human being. He sent me a link to a GameFAQs guide. You know, GameFAQs, an old website where people would post like text-based strategy guides. I used it all the time back when I was a kid, before, you know, like YouTube and video guides and IGN and all that became more popular. But for a long time, GameFAQs was like the place to go if you were stuck on a game and you needed help. What he found was this guide written for Majora's Mask that, here, I'll open it up. Here we go. So I have it here. You can take a look. It says first version either May 7th, 2000 or July 5th. Latest version, again, it's not entirely clear if this is month, date, year, or date, month, year, but either way, September 10th or October 9th. This guide was written before the English version of Majora's Mask released, which is wild. So what this guy did, Baby Ryoga is the author of this guide. He had a Japanese copy of Majora's Mask, and he played through the entire game, translating it, and wrote this guide in English with none of the localization changes that were done to the official English release of Majora's Mask, which is crazy. The fact that this guide exists, it blows my mind. And so I thought it'd be fun to do a stream, or I guess a series of streams, where I play through the game. I play through Majora's Mask. Again, this is a game I have played through hundreds of times at this point, but I've only ever played it in English. I have no idea what some of the translation is going to be, what some of the differences are, and I thought it'd be pretty cool. So yeah, it should be pretty fun. Yeah, I have the YouTube chat open. Again, this is my first ever YouTube stream, so please be nice if things are borked, if things are weird. I only have the Twitch chat on the stream though, so there's me. Say hi. Say hi to the YouTube chat. I can see you guys. Don't worry. But yeah, no, I love the I wanted to do this on YouTube as well, just because I thought, you know, I have a decent following there now. After, you know, before this year, my YouTube channel was my smallest platform by far, and now it is my largest. So things have kind of changed, and I thought it might make sense to do stuff on YouTube as well. Okay. But yeah. So let's just do a little bit of a preliminary, like, looking through. So I took this guide from GameFAQs. Again, this is a guide written 25 years ago at this point. The formatting, I did copy it over into a different text editor, so there might be some like small formatting errors, but for the most part it is intact. So yeah, again, so this is the Japanese title of the game, and right off the bat, interesting, he refers to it as Mask of Majora and not Majora's Mask, which should be for your first tip off that this is not, you know, a guide written with the English version in mind, which is cool. And again, latest version was before the game released in the US. So he did this with a Japanese copy of the game. I should be playing on the Japanese version, shouldn't I? Hang on a sec here. Let me switch to the Japanese version. Do I have... I'm not sure if I have a Japanese one. Hold on. Give me a sec. But while we're doing this, yeah, I suppose we can walk through some of the preliminary stuff that we have here. So yeah, he's done a couple other guides, mostly JRPGs here. I think there's a GeoCities link, which I am sure no longer exists. But yeah, copyright. Do not copy or reproduce this list. Uh-oh. That's okay. I've said this is a guide by Baby Ryoga. That's the name. I actually took a look, and his last login on GameFAQs was 2023. So it's actually like he's still maybe around. There's a non-zero chance that we may eventually contact him, but in the case that somehow they stumble upon this, or the eventual YouTube video that I'm going to make about this, just a huge thank you for this, because this is an important piece of just history in general, and you know, a lot of information a lot of people don't maybe not necessarily know about Majora's Mask, and I think it'll be a cool little trip. So thank you for writing this again 25 years ago, and hopefully we find some funny stuff. Is this it? Is this Japanese MM? Yeah, this is Japanese MM. We should play on the Japanese version just because there's going to be some differences that I'd like to talk about. And yeah, I am no expert in Japanese. Anyone can provide advanced elements of the plot. Well, I know the plot of this game quite well, so I can email you if you want. And then yeah, the names are incorrect and will be listed what they look like. We'll do in a future version. You get all the correct names of the items. If you can read kanji, unfortunately I cannot. Email for credit. Yeah, again, this is 25 years ago, so maybe don't email this guy now. But Riley, thank you for 48 months. Yeah, Majora no common. That's what it says right there, right? Riley luckily can read kanji. I don't know if that's even kanji. I can't tell the difference. With the release of the US version of this game coming just around the corner, again, so this should tip you off. He says the release of the US version of this game is coming just around the corner. So this guy was written before the game came out in English. This is for the Japanese version of this game. Do not mail me saying that the game's info is wrong if you've been playing the American version. If I ever get around to doing it, he will list the changes. Unfortunately, he did not. And then we just have some updates. Is the text legible, by the way, guys? I can make it a little bit bigger if you want. I thought this was like a decent enough size. Can you guys read this? Is the stream quality good enough that you can read this? Text is good? Okay, thank you. And yeah, just some like version updates. Game functions for those who don't know Japanese and can't read the manual. So right off the bat here, you know, we got the game string, controlling link, normal link, riding opponent, Deku Nuts link. Let that let's just bask in that for a second there. Deku Nuts link. So if you don't know, in Japanese, the Deku scrubs are referred to as Deku Nuts, which is, in English, that sounds a little bit weird. Obviously, Deku Nut is an item in the game. So I guess to avoid confusion, they changed the name to Deku Scrubs. But yeah, in this guide, the species Deku is all referred to as Deku Nuts, which is very funny. Explanation of the way the time system works, how to save, map of the world of Talmana. Talmana? Excuse me? So I think this here is just his own interpretation, or like romanization, I guess, of, I'm not sure if that's the right term, but essentially he took what it was called Terumina, in Japanese and did a slightly different interpretation of what that was supposed to be in English. So, as we all know, in the official English release, Termina is the name of the world that we're in. And I guess the word play behind that is like Termina, like terminal, like it's going to terminate because of the moon. But I guess this interpretation, yeah, we'll call it Talmina. It's like BoJack Horseman, where they steal the D in the Hollywood sign, and then it's just Hollywood for the rest of the show. And then at the end, we'll call it Talmanab. And yeah, so we have just some chapters here. We'll get into this, and then just some extra stuff. Okay, so let's read a little bit about this. This might be interesting. As most people should know, you need the 4 megabyte RAM extension pack, not expansion pack, to play this game. The pack comes with a US version of Donkey Kong 64, the greatest video game ever developed. Yeah, DK64 mentioned right off the bat. We love it. And can also be bought alone. There are official versions as well as third-party ones that are not by Donkey Kong 64. Boo! Come on, you're not buying Peak, man. That's not chill. We love Donkey Kong 64 in this chat room. I did not want to spend much money, so I bought a third-party one for $19.95, just out of curiosity. If I go to eBay right now, or Amazon or anything else, how much does an expansion pack cost? $91. Oh my god. Okay, it's a little bit more expensive now. That's boy, that's funny. 1995, third party. I mean, I guess he's saying he bought it cheap for 1995, so maybe that's maybe it's a little bit more comparable. To install the pack, just open the door. Oh yeah, anybody who's had an N64 knows how friggin' annoying it is to get rid of the stock RAM cart from the N64. You have to like use a spoon or whatever. There's a couple different strategies. I always used a spoon to get it out and pull out the jumper using a coin. He talks about using a coin or a screwdriver. Yeah, you whatever you can to just like yank it out. Push the start at the title screen. You are brought to the file screen. The first 3 selections are your save files, of course. Now, to someone who may not be familiar with the Japanese version of Majora's Mask, this might look a little weird. And the reason this might look a little weird is that there are 3 file slots. So the first difference between the Japanese and English version of the game, or at least the first like tangible difference before we even get into the game, is that the English version of the game only has 2 file slots, whereas the Japanese version has 3. The reason for this is that he's probably going to get into it in a little bit. He talks about saving the game in the table of contents, but in Majora's Mask and the Japanese version, the only way to save the game is to play the Song of Time. The owl statues do not let you do the quick save in the Japanese version. They are just for fast travel. There's no way to like make a file, save the game. On the English version, you can make a quick copy of your save file in an owl statue, and it's like a quick save. Like once you load it, the save file is gone. But that's the reason, is they needed enough memory to be able to make the quick saves. So the trade-off there was that they removed the third file on the English version. Very interesting difference. Gotta make sure I'm on hold targeting. Wait, I'm probably getting ahead of myself. He probably talks about this, but anyway. The next one down is copy. Create a copy of the save game. 5th one is to erase the save game. The last one is an option, which is a good one to start out with. Selecting options will bring you to another screen. The first heading is sound, which is actually written out in English. Choices under is stereo, mono, headphone, and surround. Make sure the one that you suited best for you. Which we'll go with stereo. If you have a mono connection and select stereo or surround, you will miss a lot of the music and sound effects in the game. Next heading is Z targeting, and the options are switch and hold. And the bottom option just allows you to check color samples. All looks good. All right. By highlighting a file, you can create a new adventure. Oh. Hold on a sec here. Here we are. On the name screen, the first choice at the bottom is for hiragana characters. The next is for katakana, and the third is for English and numbers. So if you don't know what the first two mean or feel more comfortable with an English name, select the third. Fourth is backspace and last is end. So this is hiragana, this is katakana. And if you ask me what the difference is, I have no idea. This one looks like a fish. This is a backwards J. That's a hyphen. No, is that an M dash? Is that an M dash? I don't know if I like that. And we'll throw in an English character just for fun. All right. And then so now before we get into the file, I'm gonna just read like this preliminary stuff just so we have a primer on what to expect. Top right corner is your life bar in the form of several hearts. You will not get a game over as depleted, but rather be warped to the start of the area we're in with 3 hearts. The only real way to get a game over is to reach 6 a.m. of the 4th day, which doesn't actually exist. You get a game over after the 3rd. Right below that is the magic meter that will slowly drain if you use special attacks, like Link's Kaiten Giri or Spinning Slash. Kaiten Giri, interesting. I don't know what that means. It's probably just, it's probably a translation for it. Each Link has a special move that will drain a little bit of your magic meter, and using items such as elemental arrows will drain 2 MP, using the light arrows will drain 3. Let me tell you, as someone who has played this game hundreds of times, nobody ever pays attention to these numbers. Like, I don't know how much 2 MP is on the actual magic bar. It's just like, oh yeah, ice and fire arrows do this much and light arrows do more. Green circle on the top is for an action. B button will execute, usually Link's sword or another form of attack. The blue is for A button. Will have a Japanese word in it, indicating an action such as swimming, opening a door, or chest, etc. Next 3 circles are for the camera buttons that you can assign items to. Up camera will give you a view of things from Link's eyes. And then bottom left corner of the screen is the rupee symbol to keep track of the currency. Green rupee means you can reach a max of 100. This is incorrect. It's actually 99. Blue one indicates a max of 200, and a pink one means you can carry up to 500 at once. What's that? Oh, excuse me. You will lose all rupees when you go back in time, but there's a banker in Clocktown who will store them for you. The bottom middle of the screen contains a game clock that will have a number designating the hour of the day, as well as a green circle telling you what day it is. Green circle, it's a diamond. I believe that's a diamond, not a circle. And another interesting thing here. Am I Canadian? Yes, I am. I live in Toronto. By the way, that was a response to YouTube chat. I have YouTube chat. I don't have it on the stream, unfortunately, so you won't see it on the layout. But I'm streaming on YouTube. This is my first ever YouTube stream. So if you want to hang out there, it's all good. And we got the Twitch chat down in the corner. So you may hear me respond to stuff that it doesn't show up in the Twitch chat. That's just because I am also streaming this on YouTube, just so you guys are aware. Another interesting difference here is that he indicates that the clock says first, second, or last. And on the English version, they actually changed this word so it says final instead of last. Which, no idea why they did that. Like, I guess final is more indicative in English, maybe. I have no idea why they would do that. The circling sun, that is like the minute hand, but for the hours on this scale. And at 0 of the last day, this clock will change into a counter. And the countdown, the last minutes left before you get a game over. Bottom right corner may or may not have a mini-map of the area, depending on if you bought one or not in some areas. Some will give you a mini-map. Subscreen can be brought up by pushing starts, different menus, masks, items, and then this fourth special mask in the corner, referring to I almost said Final Destination. That's a different FD. I'm a melee player. Fierce DD mask. Excuse me. And then the next screen is the item screen, which will keep track of all your items and bottles. Going back in time will cause you to lose anything in the bottles. Stock. You will also lose items on the right side, which are usually event trading items. And then the map screen. Clouds covering some of the parts. You must first go to the area and then find the elf that will show you the map. He's a fairy, not an elf. Elves are in various locations. I like the implication here that there are multiple tingles. The elves are in various locations, high up in the sky. Shoot their balloon down and make a deal. And then the final screen keeps track of the number of heart pieces, guardian masks, songs, and equipment. I guess that's what the remains are. Includes sword, shield, quiver, bomb bag. You can also reach the log book from this screen if you have it, which has to be the bomber's notebook. You go into detail about the logbook at the end of this guide. And we have a section on controlling Link. I'm gonna skim some of this just because I want to get to the actual gameplay pretty soon here. But you attack with Link's sword. You can also swim. Oyogu swimmin', like swimmies, swimmin'. We're gonna be swimming with the fishies. Water and this button, analog 3D stick. We'll get into Zora swimming a little bit later, but some of you may know that Zora swimming is a little bit different on the Japanese version. So, sec here. Holding down will expect. Okay, spinning slash kaiten giri for a small amount of life. Interesting, kaiten giri. The A button, execute an action. In the water, you can dive Moguru for up to 2 seconds. I guess what he's doing here is he's directly translating what is written on the A button when you do these sort of things. And then while it's targeting, leap to the side, so side hopping, jumping slash jump giri, holding the analog stick back and pushing A will leap backwards. Back chew, nice. Not back shots. This is back chew. Of course. And then R button, use the hold shields. Link can walk around if you're targeting. Duck. Yeah, let's move on. Link is invincible while riding Epona. Yeah, that's mostly true. Still be affected by the blue skull monsters that disable. I'm shocked that this is the first thing he talks about, is the fact that the bubbles can still jinx you while you're riding Epona. And yeah, it disables your sword. And then the B button will fire arrow if you have it in your current inventory. A button will give opponent carrot. Yep. This is all. We all know this. We all know how opponent. Deku Nuts Link. And interesting, he immediately shortens it to Deku Link here, which is effectively what the game did in English. So good to know that that's consistent there. 5 small leaps to skip over water, after which he will fall and be teleported to the last piece of solid ground he was on. Deku Link sets on fire, touches lava, he will be teleported back. Okay. Quick prediction in the chat. Will he talk about Zora voiding from ice damage? I'm putting a prediction in the Twitch chat right now. Will the guide talk about Zora taking ice damage? So if you don't know, Zora voids when you take ice damage, which doesn't usually come up in most Zora situations. But interestingly enough, Zora will void not just from fire damage, but also from ice damage. So he talks about Deku voiding. I just closed the Twitch chat. Hold on. All right. Get this back. But yeah, Deku will only void from fire though. Then the bubble spray, chapon. This sounds like a French word. Le chapon. Use a small amount of magic, hold down for a bigger bubble. There's Snowhead. There's also like, what is it? Well, there's ice Wizrobes as well. Are there any ice Wizrobes outside of Snowhead? I'm not sure. The one in Shrine, I think, is a fire Wizrobe. I actually don't know. But yeah, there's not a lot of ice damage outside of Snowhead. So unless you like specifically go back to Snowhead once you get Zora. Anyway. And then launching, find the launcher. Yellow launchers will sound like higher for more time than the pink ones. And then gusts of air in the Rockvale dungeon. So this is the first time that the guide refers to Rockvale, which, as it turns out, is what I guess is the direct translation of Stone Tower. So that's interesting to note. Just a completely different name. And Goron Link is resistant to fire and can walk on lava, but if it falls deep in water, you would be teleported back to the beginning of the room. And you have the punch attack, the rolling attack, Maru Mari. Interesting. So it used magic when it reaches its peak. It can be used to roll up ramps and leap over gaps. And then you can press leap up in the... Oh, you press B. Press B to leap up in the air to stomp the ground. Oh, I see. He explains it here. All right. Is the prediction over? Yeah. We got a sneeze coming on. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Just a little allergic today, but we're fine. We persevere. So, Zora Link can walk underwater. If he is hit by fire or touches lava, you will be teleported. He did not mention ice damage. Ice damage not mentioned. This is something that is not mentioned in the guide, but it is absolutely something. So, yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. It's like such an obscure piece of knowledge that Zora will void to ice damage, but yeah, that's a thing. And then the B button is the combo attack. Koigeki. Press multiple times for more punches. Yep. Sink in water. Holding down will release 2 boomerangs, which can stun big enemies and kill small ones. Then you dive and fly through the water at high speeds. Special actions is the barrier. Press and hold the R button during Suichud. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but so yeah, this is kind of alluding to an interesting difference in the Japanese version of MM, where Zora swimming is a little bit different. We'll get into it a little bit later, but effectively it's a little bit more restrictive in terms of like when you start up, you can only go like you're kind of locked into the angle that you're facing rather than being able to like freely change your angle as soon as you start swimming. And also you can only use the barrier attack while you are like mid swim, which makes things a little bit more difficult. There's a couple of speedrun strategies that are much more difficult if you're playing on Japanese. But we'll get into that a little bit later. It uses magic rather fast. It sure does. Sure does. And then he talks about the time system. 30 to 45 seconds of real life time will equate to 1 hour in the game. This is basically true. Fun thing you might not know about Majora's Mask is during first cycle, before you have the Ocarina, time actually passes faster. And once you get the Ocarina and you reset back to day 1, then time moves slightly slower than it does in the first cycle. And the way the game actually checks for this is if you have Ocarina in your inventory or not. So if you end up deleting your Ocarina, you actually make the clock go faster again, which is kind of cool. There's a couple other things, a couple other weird effects if you delete your Ocarina, but obviously they never expected players to do that. So just kind of a cool little piece of knowledge there. And then of course you can slow down time even further with the special Ocarina song. And then once 24 hours have passed the next day, certain events and conversation only take place certain days. And when you get to this, the clock, when you get to midnight on the last day, clock at the bottom of the screen will count down for 6 minutes. And if it reaches 0, then you will get a game over. But you can also, yeah, when you go back in time, you will save. You cannot save otherwise. There you go. You cannot save otherwise, other than playing the Song of Time in the Japanese version. Or travel back without saving first. Yep. This is all true. And then, okay, so he did a map here. The formatting got kind of messed up, but I do have an image because he did this whole like ASCII map of Termina that I think is kind of interesting to take a look at. So here, let me get it up for you guys on the stream just so you can see what this looks like, because the formatting on this reader here is a little bit messed up, unfortunately. So this is it here. This is the map he made of Termina, or Talmina. Sorry, we have to refer to it as Talmina for the rest of the stream. Pirates Fort, Zora Hole. Zora Cape is referred to as Zora Hole. That is a choice. Guys, we gotta get to Zora Hole right now. Please, I need this. We need to go to Zora Hole. And then you have marsh area, waterfall, and then Deku Nuts Kingdom, of course. Snowhead is 2 words. Snow space head. I love it. And then he actually just calls it Death Mountain, which we'll see. That's probably just a direct translation, I wonder. Or is he inferring that it's Death Mountain because there's Gorons? I wonder. And then Goron no Hokora. No translation there. It's just that's what it's called. And then you still have Icona. Like Icona Graveyard, and then the ruins, I guess, is the well, or maybe that's the castle. And then the Stone Tower area is referred to as Rockvale, which is very interesting. But yeah, neat little ASCII map done here. This is classic game facts right here, doing stuff in like ASCII, because like you didn't have the ability to put images in your guides. It was all text based. So this is the best you got. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. But yeah, this is the map. And then he puts X's to indicate that there's an owl statue that you can use to teleport. And then he talks a bit about the characters. Protector of Princess Zelda and Savior of Hyrule. Finds himself in the land of Talmina, and he's the only one who can save it from certain doom. He can change forms using a mask he might find on his quest. And then instead of Skull Kid, it's Stal Kid, which is just a minor difference there. He is the companion of Chat and Trail. Chat and Trail is very interesting because that is actually Tattle and Tail. And I think this is just like a more literal translation. Tattle and Tail is obviously wordplay that only really makes sense in English. So I'm curious like how close this is to like, or like what they were going for in the original script. It makes a living by stealing what he can, but some coincidence he's stolen the mask of Majora as well as Link's Ocarina of Time. He may not at all be that bad, but as long as he's wearing the mask of Majora, it can control him. And then, of course, Chat and Trail, a white fairy and a black fairy that travel with Stal Kid and help him do his dirty deeds just to survive. They are brother and sister, and when they're separated, she decides to help Link catch up with Stal Kid. And then we talk about Epona, once he finds where she's gone and learns the right song. The Deku Nuts people. Let's go. They live by the waterfall and can't stand to have non-Deku people enter their kingdom. If you want to get in, you will need to be a Deku. It is said that their princess has been kidnapped and a monkey is being held captive and taking the blame. This is all true. This is the plot of the game. And then they live in the normally warm climate of Death Mountain, but the guardian who occupies the Snowhead dungeon has frozen the mountain over, making it difficult for race such as the Goron to live there. They tend to freeze into a solid block of ice if in the cold for too long. And then Zora people, the water and land dwelling race that lives in they live in the Zora Hole. Let's go. And they can swim fast and love music. Go to their village, maybe you can hear or take part in the Zora band. We love Zora Hole. And then the mask collector is just the happy mask salesman. And he's the holder of Mask Majora and parks himself right before the gates of Talmina, where he's unaffected by time, hoping that someone will get his mask back. Wear a mask, he will tell you its abilities. I didn't really know that he will tell you different information about the mask. That's kind of cool. Maybe we can go do that at some point. And then Romani and her sister. Interesting that he doesn't give a name to Cremia. 2 girls who live and have managed to keep the Romani ranch. I'm out for a running. Lately, they've been plagued by UFOs and Poes that appear at night and try to abduct their cattle. Romani has been practicing with her bow and arrow, but if she tries to defend the cattle and fails, then she too might be abducted. Alright. So that's it for the kind of preliminary stuff there. Now we can talk about the guide. So here, we can just start here. So, oh, let me just, as well, speedrunner here. So, of course, I need my emotional support timer here. Just a little anchor. Just a little piece of comfort there. I don't want the, have the timer there just because. And yeah, so obviously this is all in Japanese, but we can spend this time reading the guide. After a job well done in his previous adventure, Link rides home on Epona. As he rides through the forest, he gets a bad feeling that something is lurking nearby. Well, we know from the English script here that he's actually on the hunt for Navi, and if you listen, yeah, there's a sound of Navi flying to hint that he's looking for Navi specifically. A white fairy and a black fairy appear and frighten Epona, who throws Link and knocks him out. A rogue imp named Stalkid jumps in and searches Link for valuables. He finds the Ocarina of Time and rides off with Epona just as Link comes to. Link then tries to follow Stalkid and finds himself falling down a huge... Okay, so we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. But yeah, he's looking for Epona here. And of course, there's some Japanese text. So he was able to infer, like, just the general... I mean, there's not a lot of text here. But one thing that was missed is the fact that Link is looking for Navi here. That's kind of like the whole catalyst to start the game. And it's important to note as well that, like, if you go line by line and translate the direct text, a lot of it is going to be very, very similar. A lot of it is just like changing the sentences to, you know, maybe they don't make entirely, like, they sound a little awkward in English if you just directly translate them. And so, like, a lot of it is just changed to make a little bit more conventional sense in the English language, but the actual, like, line-to-line translation is pretty close to the original script. And as a reminder, there is a distinct difference between translation and localization are two entirely separate things. Like, you have a... In the credits for Majora's Mask, there are two different sections. There's a section for translation, which was done largely by Bill Trinen, and localization is an entirely different section in the credits. And there's, I believe it's Greg Miller and Leslie Swan are listed as the localization management, and obviously there was a whole team behind that as well. Localization is like a job title, right? Like, that is something you can make a career out of, and it has nothing to do with translating text from one language to another, but rather taking the literal translated text and adapting it so that it makes more intuitive sense to a different region, different culture, different language, whatever the use case might be. But again, localization is an entirely separate beast from translation, and obviously it's a huge can of worms to talk about, like, you know, people's preferences between localization and translation. But at the end of the day, it's what Nintendo does to have their games appeal to as wide an audience as possible. So it's I don't know, it's interesting to me that it's, like, so explicitly laid out in the credits that, like, translation and localization are two separate things that are different parts of the entire beast of adapting and translating a script over. And yeah, so finds himself falling down a huge hole. Dude, is he falling down the Zora hole? Are we finally gonna make it to the Zora hole? Please. We all know this. When he looks up, Stalkid casts a spell that turns Link into a Deku Nut. Let's go. Press 1 if you'd want to be a Deku Nut. We got all the Deku Nuts here. And this is something that is true in Ocarina of Time as well. In Japanese, they are strictly referred to as the Deku Nuts. That is the species name. Oh my god, I'm a Deku Nut. Stalkid flees so fast that the white fairy named Chat. Dude, Chat, you're in this game. That's crazy. I can't believe they knew all these years in advance that Chat would be part of this game too. Yeah. So anytime we say, like, all right, Chat, what are we going to do? I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to the fairy, all right? Just so we're clear. If I'm talking to you guys, I will say chat room. You guys are the chat room, the Twitch chat room and the YouTube chat room. But this is chat right here. It decides to help Link catch up with Stalkid. And then we'll play the game here because the guide is going pretty fast. Tail is referred to as trail. Like we're walking on a trail. And here, chat's apologizing. Gamers in the chat. Let's just go ahead here. We already explained how the flowers work. We know this ahead of time. The guide helped us out. So one thing you might not know about the Deku flowers, it's kind of never explicitly stated, but a lot of people might assume that the like little wobble that Link does when he's about to fall, when he's flying with the flowers, a lot of people might assume that it's like timing based, and that it's like the longer you're flying, the like closer you get to falling down. This is actually not true. It is entirely radius based on your distance away from the flower. So if you go far away from the flower and then move back into it, Link will actually stop doing the wobble. So you can just hang out as long as like Link stays in the air, and you won't fall down as long as you don't go too far away from the flower that you popped out of. And then further down the road, Link runs into a wandering man with many masks who also seems to be the victim of a theft by Stalkid. He warns Link that time is running out. Soon, Link finds out that he is in a place called Talmina, and this world will come to an end in just 3 days. Oh no. But yeah, he was able to infer all this just from the text here. That he's like, I gotta leave. 3 days. And then of course here we have, oops. Beginning of Termina. So here, interestingly enough, in the speedrun, normally on the English version, if you're speedrunning the English version, you would reset right here. You would press the reset button because the game saves as soon as like the purple text box fades when it shows that you're in South Clocktown. It turns out that like saving and reloading is faster than like listening to this text from chat here. But in the Japanese version, it does not save, so I do not press the reset button. All right. People of Clocktown celebrate the end of the world, knowing there is no way to prevent it. Interesting interpretation. They're celebrating the end of the world. I don't know if that's entirely true, but yeah, wearing masks in this world allows a person wearing them to use special powers. Maybe once Link gets his ocarina back from Stalkid, he can search for special masks to help him stop impending doom from falling from the sky onto the strange new world, as well as a way to find a way back to Hyrule. But where is Stalkid? Alright, so chapter 1. We're done with the prologue. We're ready to go. Thanks, Bad Haiku. Good to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope this shines some interesting light on what's going on. What was done with the Japanese version. Also, what's up, Pete? Thank you for 44 months, tier 1. Yo, the damage boost, let's go. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I don't know how it was implemented. I have to take a look at decomp. But anyway, Stalkid the Mask Thief. The first scene is pretty forward. Just chase Stalkid. Oh, okay, so we're going into more detail here. In the this was just kind of just a intro here. But yeah, once you fall in the hole, Stalkid will cast a spell on you and change you into Deku Link. One of his fairy pals will be left behind and decide to help you catch up with Stalkid again. Follow past some more and get used to using the flowers and launch with Deku Link because you will need them a lot during your quest. Eventually, you should see the mask collector guy in a huge door. Once you exit this door, the first day will start, so make sure you are ready. Uh-oh, we've already wasted like 4 hours. You will then have 3 days to find Style Kid before the moon crashes into the planet. The first and only thing you can do right now is find him and get your ocarina back. First, you should make sure you have 5 rupees. Okay, let's go get 5 rupees. Little man towards the north side of town who... Find the little man towards the north side of town who will sell you a map. So, interesting thing here in the Japanese version, the first tingle here is not on a balloon. You can just talk to him. And I believe this is the same in the Japanese, or not the Japanese, excuse me. In the 3DS version of the game, it's the same. But in the English N64 version, Tinkle does have a balloon here. The north side of town who will sell you a map. So this is, in the guide, it's referred to as elves. Like, it doesn't give them the name of Tingle, but it's interpreted that these are like different characters, each one. Yeah, just to reintroduce the concept, this is a guide of Majora's Mask that was written before the English version came out. So it's a guy who had a Japanese copy of the game and translated it into English. So there's a lot of really, really interesting differences. Next, head towards the southwest corner of the big middle room at the clock tower and go up a ramp there to get the little section at the bottom of the map. He's talking about Laundry Pool. He's talking about Laundry Pool here. It is straight into the right of the door you first enter town. There should be a little ferry floating around the stream there. Hop over and catch the ferry. We will do just that. Hi, mailman. Head back to where you bought the map from. Go left and follow the ramp up to the ferry's cave. Okay. Alright, we got the ferry here. Ramp up to the fairy's cave. I'm glad you got the reference there, Pete. And then the huge fairy will appear and grant Deku Link the ability to spit bubbles. And so obviously he's gonna walk us through the bomber's quest. I wonder if he's gonna or just indicate that the code is actually random. Yeah, all the different like sects of brain rot. I get it. Sec here. I just want to shout out again. This is my first time ever streaming on YouTube, so I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now. I thought this would be a good opportunity to do my first ever YouTube stream. Because spoiler, I'm gonna be turning this into a YouTube video pretty soon. Oh, one more thing I want to call out here real quick. If you take a look at the clock right now, you'll notice it says 0. Which is very interesting because in the English version it's at 12. They changed it. Sup, big dog. How you doing? Yeah, shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. You guys are here for the first ever YouTube stream, which is quite momentous. So look forward to the video coming out about this soon. Yeah. So find the balloon nearby that is floating in the air. You mean this one? Oh, interesting. Does Tingle gain the balloon once you have magic? Is that... That's not the same on English, is it? I actually have no idea. I've never bothered to check. No, don't you Omega lol tube them. Come on. That's rude. And yeah, so we talked to him. Which will upset its owner, a little kid. I think in the English script, he's actually like, whoa, were you the one who knocked the balloon? That's pretty impressive. Let's play hide and seek. You call 4 friends and they will all hide, giving you 1 day to find them. 2 of the kids are in the same area you are. Be sure to check behind the trees and hard to see spots. All right, here's a trick to catch the first one. Just turn left, target, and then you just back walk. And you get him. Very easy. If he tries to run away, spin after him until you catch up. Does he talk about shooting a bubble? No, okay. So you can also shoot a bubble. Or just any projectile. And it'll stun them. and you get them. Very cool. All right. And then another kid is in the area on the left side of town by the shops. If he tries to run away, spin after him until you catch up. Okay, we'll get these ones first. The remaining 2 kids are on the right side of town. One will jump off a ledge when you try to catch him. The other is on the balcony of the inn, and you will need to use a flower launcher to glide over to him. I will forego that for, check this out. If you shoot this guy, it actually makes him drop the chicken. You shoot him again, and then you can catch him without him running off. And so the other one is on the roof over here. You can kind of, we can't really see him, but take a look here. If you stand in this position, he'll run away from you even if he's on a different plane. So maybe it's not going to work here. Let me reload the area and we can try again. So yeah, you'll see him up here. Wait, is he not here? Where is he? Is he actually further? Is this a Japanese difference? I actually don't know if I knew this. Yeah, he's over here. Oh my god, this is... I never knew this, because I only speedrun this game on the Japanese version, so I didn't know this. Okay. So that's kind of cool. He's actually in a position where you need to use the flower, or either use the alternate exit of the inn. But yeah, on the English version, he's just like right here, and you can manipulate him so he runs off while you're still on the ground. But that's really cool. I didn't know that he was in a completely different position on the Japanese version. And yeah, the last one's over here. And being the last kid, he will give you the password, which is different every time. Okay, shout out. He identified that it's a different password every time. Oh, nice. I knocked him down right as the day transition happened. And you will have to, yeah, the password is in the form of 5 numbers, which you can tell the kid blocking your way on the right side of town. That may be true. Maybe he was like difficult to find. Follow the passage and skip over a few platforms. All right, so let's go do that. And yeah, he's explaining the water thing. Let's do the password. You can, okay. You can backflip over this guy very easily. Can you do it as Deku Link? I think you can. You can't? Oh, interesting. Okay. You can backflip over him as Human Link, but I guess that is not a thing you can do as Deku. But no matter. Follow the passage and skip over a few platforms as Deku Link. And you can hop 5 times. So try to make each one count. I hope I'm in. There might be a monster or two in here somewhere. A monster, you say? Yeah, he's not gonna bother us. When you get to the ladder, a balloon will prevent you climbing up. Just pop it like you did the other one and continue on. You will see a telescope, and a wizard type of man will ask if you want to look through it. Say yes and zoom in towards the top of the clock to spot Stout Kid. A flaming object will fall out of the moon's eye and land right outside. Take the door right by the telescope, pick it up, and then next go back to the main part of town and look for the greenish yellow flower launcher. Another Deku will fly in. Give him what you picked up, and he will give you a paper in return. Alright, let's go do that. Again, obviously, I know how to skip all this stuff. You don't actually need to get the moon steer. You can skip all this. But I'm trying to follow. I want to go through the guide in full, so you will follow this as it's written. Play the ball as it lies, so to speak. much further back than I thought. Alright, so we're gonna go trade that in. And then I wonder what he's gonna tell us to do. Because we haven't done any, we have not advanced time forward at all. So surely there's other things for us to go do, right? I could go do Deku Playground, but it's getting pretty late. So yeah, just to show. You can do something called a gainer and just skip past everything I just did, but you know. We'll do it. We'll do it the normal way. And obviously, you see this flower like right away. On your first playthrough, you see that flower. It's like, whoa, it's a cool gold flower. And you go over to it right away. Yes, gainer. I think not. Oh, yeah. One thing I should highlight here. This isn't a Japanese to English difference, but most NPCs in Majora's Mask will... You have to talk to them and, like, they prompt you to hand you an item. Which is different from Ocarina of Time, where you just need to walk into their, like, talk range and then press the button. And I'm assuming this got changed because people were, you know, they weren't close enough and they pressed the button and then they, like, drink their potion or something, and it'd be, like, you know, annoying that they, you know, would just hold out the item or whatever. So they changed it. But for whatever reason, this one NPC here, this Deku Scrub, or sorry, this Deku Nut, is the one NPC in Majora's Mask where you can just press the button and give him the item, as opposed to like talking to him first and have him prompt you, which is really cool. And he gives us the land title deed. He will give you a paper in return. You can trade that later on for a heart piece, but it will vanish if you travel back with the ocarina. Since you have time to kill, you might want to do it now. Wait until after midnight one night and use the flower launcher by the inn. Okay, yeah, we'll do toilet hand here. Yeah, to give an item to someone, you must talk to them, and when the box that says to select an item on the start menu appears, select the item that you want to give and push the C button as it is assigned to while the dialog box is still open. So, dog, leave me alone. Yeah, of course, we have the ability to do this, and a heart piece leads you over to where you want to be. But yeah, let's go do toilet hand. It's like perfect time of day for that. So yeah, so find the room with the hand creature on the bottom floor. Hello, hand creature. And give him the letter. It's not a letter, it's a deed. And we get a heart piece, yay. Alright. Now I will, normally what you do in the speed run is the very first thing you do is you go to the grandma in the inn and you advance it straight to day 3. It's the fastest way to advance time without the ocarina, is just use the grandma stories to advance time. And then that puts you on day 3, and then you go over to this scarecrow here and you use him to advance it to night 3. But because I'm here, I'm just going to use the scarecrow. Yeah, in order to advance, you will need to wait until nighttime of day 3. When you see the cutscene, excuse me, cutscene, 2 words, of the fireworks at the clock, head back to the yellow launcher in the middle of town and use it to get on top of the clock tower where the heart piece is. Alright, so let's get to night 3 and then we can mess around a little bit. This is gonna put us onto night 2. I'll just do this 2 more times instead of going back and forth. Yeah, we can just keep doing this. We can chain it. Right, one more scarecrow dance. Just reading ahead a bit here. See, now we have 6 hours to kill. So, not a lot we can do. But I will farm some money just for the sake of farming money. He hasn't explained the banker yet, but here's a fun thing you can do. Anybody can do this. This is extremely easy to do. If you're just trying to kill time during first cycle. And the speedrun actually does this to farm rupees. So you go over to this guard here on the left side of the wall. You turn around and you backwalk. And it turns out that Deku Link can backwalk fast enough to just clip through the guard and you make it to Termina Field. So earlier I talked about how if you don't have the ocarina in your inventory, then the clock actually moves faster. You look at it right now. If you compare this moving clock to the clock in second cycle, once you get the ocarina, then time is actually moving faster. And the way that it does that, it checks for if you have ocarina in your inventory or not. But another difference is that Termina Field, if you pay close attention, there are some interesting things about Termina Field if you don't have ocarina. And that is, in fact, there's no enemies, there's no chest. There's a chest on this stump here. There's no grottos or anything. All the load zones, like there's a grotto right here that normally I would fall into. There's like a gossip stone here. I wonder, does the cutscene exist? I actually don't know if the cutscene exists, but I'm not going to waste my time and figure it out. But yeah, there's pretty much just like a bunch of grass and that's it. There's like no enemies at all. None of the grottos exist. Does the flower to the observatory even exist? I'm not sure. And so I don't know if there's like an official reason as to why it was done this way. Yeah, the flower's not here. But my theory is that... Oh, there is one grotto here. Oh, okay, that's probably because there's this. So my theory is the only time you see Termina Field during first cycle is when you're in the observatory and you're just looking out. And so I think that they programmed it so that Termina Field wouldn't have like all this stuff. Because like if it did, like people would be like distracted. They'd be like, oh, I want to see like these enemies and like all this stuff. You're looking at it through the telescope, right? You're looking at it through the telescope, and so I think what they did is they set it up so that Termina Field will be slightly less detailed when you look at it from the observatory, and that's why not having the ocarina puts it into this kind of weird state where you don't have like any enemies or grottos or stuff. There's just the one grotto. That grotto is not a cow. It's where one of the Deku scrubs flies in, and he'll sell you a heart piece in exchange for you like not revealing his like secret hideout or whatever. But what I'm talking about here, this is entirely speculation. This is not confirmed by any means. It's just my personal theory on why it was set up this way. Yeah, again, I think it's just because the only place you'd ever see Termina Field during first cycle is through the observatory. So I think it was like set up in like a specific way. No, so there is a cow grotto in Termina Field. It is underneath. There's like a rock that looks like a saddle, and in the middle of that, if you bomb the ground there, then a grotto opens up and there's 2 cows there. Let's deposit some rupees. Yeah. Let's get a couple of rupees in the bank. Why not? Yeah. So he tells us to use the flower to get up here where the heart piece is. Neat. He will start to cast a spell to pull the moon towards the earth and will be distracted for a second, so you can stand below him, aim upwards, and knock the ocarina away with a Deku bubble. We'll do that. Check it out. It's Stal Kid and Trail, guys. Wait, where's Trail? There he is. It's Trail. Chat and Trail reunited once again. What's in the South Clocktown Day 3 chest again? It's a purple rupee. You're talking about the one on the tower. There's a chest on the tower, but it's only there on Day 3, and you need to use the gold flower to get it. But you can also... Rando players know that you can also hit it with a hook shot. So, just a couple different ways to get it. Yeah, that's the rando player experience. Is you play this game so much, you play the randomizer all the time, but you forget what like the normal chest contents are. And yeah, you can have hookshot up there, and you need to use Moonseer and Deku Link to get it. And we get the ocarina back. A flashback with Link learning the Song of Time will follow. After the scene finishes, just play the Song of Time in your ocarina and you will be sent back to day 1. There's no way to beat Stal Kid at this point, and if you don't travel back in 5 minutes from the time you enter the room, the moon will crash into the planet. The fact that they give you 5 minutes is so funny to me because it's such a ridiculous amount of time. And, like, I think basically anybody's gotta figure out. If you've made it to this point, you've got to be able to figure out within, like, 30 seconds. So the fact that they give you 5 minutes, I don't know if anybody there is, like, ever in like non-intentionally moon crashed at this point, unless you like put the controller down and you never pick it back up. I don't know if the emojis there are rendering correctly, but I think I get the concept behind what you're trying to convey. Blue circle dog. Gee, I wonder what that could be. Dude, do you guys think that this guide will mention Blue Dog? I mean, surely it'll talk about the dog race, but I'm curious to see like how detailed it'll go into, especially because it's in Japanese. I mean, there's time anxiety, and then there's just time like, what do? I'm bored. If you run out of magic here, like you're just owned. Anyway, let's just get it. So another interesting Japanese to English difference here. So I press the ocarina button, I pull out the pipes, and Chad is like, "Why is there 2 of her? You seeing this? You see it? Look on the left side of the screen. There's 2 chats, dude. It's just like how I have the which one's the Twitch chat, which one's the YouTube chat. Tag yourself. Tag yourselves." That's funny. But yeah, between English and Japanese. On Japanese, I press the ocarina button here. He pulls out the pipes, and then Chad is like, "Where did you get those pipes? What the heck?" And then I press the A button to advance the text, and then I can play again. Like, what? On the English version, it just immediately, after you clear that text box, it puts you into the state of playing the pipes. So that's just a small minute difference between the 2 versions. I'll never make it this time. Anyway, we really like it here. Alright, and so here the game will save as soon as I press the A button here. So I press the A button and I immediately reset the game. And this skips the cutscene that shows like you going through all the motions again, and it's just a little bit faster. I gain control a lot sooner. Yes, Sand Undertale, exactly. The Mask Collector will see that you have the ocarina and play his song, which will turn you back into normal Link. Alright. He will also teach you his song, and day 1 will start again. His song is called The Song of Healing, and be used to remove curses put on people by the mask they wear. Since you are normal Link again, the guards will now let you leave town if you want to, but there are a few side quests to complete. Oh boy, we gotta do side quests. Here we go. What's up, Kadrin? How you doing? And just to recap here, the guide that I have on the left here, this is a guide that was written before the English version of Majora's Mask came out. So it was a user by the name of Baby Ryoga who had a Japanese copy of Majora's Mask and translated the game into English and wrote this guide before the game came out in English. Yeah, what a time. Shout out to Jackson Prody in the YouTube chat who is the one who tipped me off about this guide. So you have him to thank for this stream that we're doing here. Yeah, 25 years ago. So I looked at the account Baby Ryoga on GameFAQs, and they are actually, their last login was 2023. So they were still active pretty recently, which is interesting. 25 years later. And yeah, there's this whole plot details that he doesn't go into here, but 10 years before you were born. Wait a minute. Hang on a sec here. Let's let this cutscene play through. Yeah, generally not a good idea to joke about your age on Twitch or other platforms because these companies will err on the side of extreme caution with this sort of things. So best thing to do is just do not talk about your age. Do not talk about your age. Don't say you're one age or the other. Don't be honest. Don't be facetious. Don't lie. Just don't talk about it at all. Yeah, if your hair must be this much receding, or like your hair must be receding this much to talk in this chat room. All right. Since you are normal Link again, the guards will now let you leave town if you want to, but there are still a few side quests to complete. Wait till nighttime of day 1 hits, and there should be another ferry on the right side of town. Your hair is beautiful. Bye. We don't want you here, Mr. Hairy Scalp. Ew. So interesting here. He's referring to the nighttime ferry. So it's the same ferry. It's just that it has a different position during the daytime versus the night. So he says, wait until nighttime of day 1 hits. We're not going to wait. We're not going to just sit here and wait. Yeah, if you pay taxes, then you should know better than to joke about your age. Yeah, well, that was interesting. Anyway, yeah, let's put on the Deku mask here. Use the launcher to catch it and bring it back to Fairy Pond to get a mask from the big fairy. He's telling us to get a couple masks here. And this is just to get Great Fairy Mask here. And yes, of course, dash 3 dash is the little face that the stray fairies have. And what's it say? Next, head back to where you caught the first fairy and talk to the old man in the corner who will only be there at night. The windmill man from OOT? What? Reusing NPCs? You can get the Buru mask from him. Interesting. It's called Bremen in English. I'm surprised that it's not just like a literal like romanization of the same. It's called the Buru mask. Oh my god, it's Chapel Roan. That's crazy. They put her in the game. Check me out. Check me out. What's a Chapel Roan joke that I can make? The moon's gonna fall in 3 days. Good luck, babe. Sorry, I don't know how the song goes. I don't care if you're a stoner. Red wine supernova. Champagne supernova in the sky. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm 30. Yeah, we'll go to the Windmill Man from OT. You get Red Wine Bossa Nova. New dude. Parody of Red Wine Supernova. That's New Wave Bossa Nova. Oh my god. She has a 10, but she laughs like the Great Fairy. Dude. It's my kind of girl. Windmill Man. We got the Buru mask. I guess that says Buru. He's also bald. Oh my god. Finally, representation. Oh my god. Use it. Hold on. I need to. Oh, Bure. Okay, interesting. Use a scarecrow or the Song of Time Compression. Song of Time Compression to skip ahead to day 3 and go to Milk Road, west of Clocktown. Okay. So we'll use the Song of Time Compression. So I guess that's just like how he translated this, whatever that text says. Would you like to compress time? Bomb shop guy? Yeah. Let's do a tier list of great fairies. I don't even know what the other great fairies would be. Also, Bremenly Mulligan is a great joke. I'm sorry I missed it earlier, but throw it in the game changer referee. Alright, go to Milk Road. There's an owl statue here. Just smack it with your sword, and you will remember its location. Go straight down the path to find the Lomani Ranch, and not the one with the gate surrounding what looks like a racetrack. Go to the chicken shed in the back and talk to the guy. Oh, he wants us to get the bunny hood right away. I see what we're doing here. I see. So, if you know Majora's Mask well, you know that bunny hood is not as good as you think it would be. Keza from Botwa. I don't even know who that would be. I haven't played a lot of Breath of the Wild, but I know there's great fairies in that game. So that must be one of them. So, okay. So you might be noticing that I'm backwalking all over the place. If you played Zelda OOT or MM, you know that backwalking is just faster. So here is I'll let you guys in on a little secret here about the bunny hood. The bunny hood's max speed is the exact same as Link's backwalk speed. And funnily enough, Deku Link, Goron Link, and Zora Link all have a slightly faster backwalk speed than Human Link does. So even if you have the bunny hood, if you're going over like a straight different distance like this, it is faster to use Deku Link or whoever else to backwalk than it is to use the bunny hood. And as soon as you get Goron Mask, then you can just roll around everywhere, and then the bunny hood is basically useless. So that's why, like, if you know MM well, you know that the bunny hood is like horrifically overrated. Yeah, why don't speedrunners get the bunny hood? Are they stupid? Deku Link's forward walking, but I'm not sure about the forward speed because it is variable based on like how you time your spins and stuff. But yeah, overall bunny hood is not as good. It's still nice to have, especially in randos. If you go a while without finding Goron Mask, it's definitely nice to have, but it's never like, it's not nearly as much of a advantage as you might imagine. It does let you be very lazy about your movement, though. You've watched a million playthroughs of Rando? Yeah. If you play Rando enough, you basically learn this. I'm sorry? That... What? Is this the entire path? I never knew this. This is the entire... No, it's not. It's just like a specific section. What? I never knew this existed. My God. That is, I've never knew that you could do this. I have no idea if this is Japanese only or not. Somebody go test this on English. Yeah, this is like news. This is brand new to me. I never knew you could do this. I'm guessing once you get to like this floor triangle here. Yeah, okay. So it's like it's a specific part of the path that allows you to do it. All right, Rachel's going to go check. That is unbelievable. Anyway, let's stop wasting time here. What was I talking about? I was talking about something else. Oh yeah, I think I was just talking about the bunny hood. But yeah, bunny hood lets you be like lazy about your movement, but it is still technically optimal to do like backwalks with transformation masks. And yeah, interesting that he calls it Lomani Ranch here, even though earlier he referred to the girl as Romani. And then the chicken shed, talk to the guy under the tree, help him turn the chicks into chickens. If you know Majora's Mask players at all, you know that we kind of colloquially refer to these guys as lemons here. Can you enter helicopter mode? No, that it was not letting me like pull out the flowers at all. Also, I believe you're referring to Fierce Deity Mask, which you are correct that Fierce Deity backwalks are basically, I think it's the same speed as like full speed Epona. Like it's super fast to do backwalks with Fierce Deity Link. Yeah, this is the lemons section. Fierce DDD, no. She turned chicks into chickens by wearing the chicken mask and marching all around the room, collecting all the little yellow chicks on the ground. When you get them all, the guy under the tree will give you the bunny hood, which increases regular Link's speed and jumping power to use it. This is correct. In Ocarina of Time, there's really only like 2 jumping speeds that you have. There's like a fast hop and then a slow hop. In MM, the distance that you travel if you like hop off a ledge is directly proportional to the speed you have when leaving the ledge. So it's a little bit different in OOT versus MM. See if I can show this off. Can I gain her, please? Can I gain her, please? Maybe not. I just want to grab the ledge to show off. Here. You see, like you jump way further if you have the bunny hood on, but in OOT, even if you like have like slightly less than maximum speed, you'll still have like the same jumping speed. There's one of the most useful regular masks in the game and will make a lot of things much easier. All right. Your velocity does carry into the first frame of a jump. But yeah, that's a fair distinction to make. But jumping off ledges in MM versus OT is completely different, which is very interesting. Guess you can't gain her on these things. Anyway, important item missed often. The log book. Yeah, it's as fast as Epona, and I believe Goron rolls at the same speed as well. Yeah, we have to go get the log space book. Go back to the password kid and through the sewers with a bomb. Head down the left stream. Oh, he wants me to get the bombers. He wants me to get the bomb bag. Okay. Yeah, anytime I like switch between OOT and MM, like I feel like I forget how to play the game because the movement is like just different enough that there's like it feels like I just can't even move around, which is a little annoying to deal with, but it's fine for the most part. And this is what I mean with the bunny head. Like normally I'd be like rolling and back walking and doing all this like complicated stuff to do optimal movement. With the bunny hood, you can just hold forward and you can be very lazy, which is kind of nice. Yeah. Again, I'm following this guide to a T. So if he says, go to the ranch, get the bunny hood, go back to Clocktown, then I'm going to do it. We don't care about efficiency here. We care about getting the bunny hood as fast as possible. All right. So I'm going to go buy the bomb bag here real quick. And yeah, so there's like little things like here in MM, if I just like tap left or right and A or left and A, I get a little side hop. But if I hold it, I actually go much further. It's easier to show if I do it off a ledge. So here I'm going to just like tap it. And you see that I went like about here. But if I were to hold left or right, instead of just like tapping it, then the side hop actually goes much further. As you can see, it's the same with backflips. Like you see how like I'm basically getting nothing because I'm tapping the backflip, but if I hold it, I go much further with the backflip. And actually here, it's easier to show if I do it against a wall. Oh well. So like here's like a tap backflip. You see I make it just to this like line, right? Like that's the short thing. If I hold it, I go like way further, which is different from OOT, which have set distances for backflips and side hops. So no matter how long you hold the analog stick, you will always go the same distance from a side hop or backflip in OOT. Doesn't work. Try doing it like near the fence in the middle of the ranch. Yeah, if it's a Japanese only thing, that's really wild. So here earlier I talked about... Oh wait, I should go get the bomb bag first. Hold on. All right, so there's actually two different ways that you can get the bomber's notebook, or excuse me, the logbook. There are two different ways you can get the logbook in MM. The first is to redo the bomber's quest, like the hide and seek quest. And you get the code again, and he will also give you the bomber's notebook. The other thing to do is you can just re-enter the code here. I believe it's 51324. You can get the code and then walk back out, and it'll be like, how did you know the code? I am going to give you the bomber's notebook. So there's two different spots. Also, the guide says here to go over to like the chest over here and get 100 rupees. I'm not going to do that. We don't need the rupees right now. You see here, he's just like, what the heck? All right, I'm just going to reset here. Gives you all the... All right, look at his little walk cycle. And yeah, the fact that there's fixed movement for OOT means that setups and like the fact that you have like side rolls and stuff that give you specific angles is much better for setups. MM is a lot more freeform, though there are a couple setups where you use like max distance side hops and stuff. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you enjoy the content. Liberty. All right, leave town from the exit towards the south end of the middle section and head straight south on the overworld map. Follow the path and eventually you should reach a swampy area. Don't try to get past the octopus monsters you see right now. They will just spit you away. That sounds like a challenge. Yes, I'm following a guide that was written before the English version of the game came out. And we're just seeing some of the differences that have and what this guide came up with, what they got right. Make sure it is still day one with plenty of time. And find the hut with the potion selling witch in it. Talk to her. You don't actually have to talk to her. I'll do it. But see if I can farm bomb drop here. No bomb drop. My glitchless speedrun. No. Should I watch the cutscene here? I mean, I assume I'm going to have to watch the cutscene eventually. There is a way to skip this cutscene. And here, in fact, I'll show you guys how to skip this cutscene. It's very easy to skip this cutscene. All you do is you go over to this gossip stone. You don't talk to it, but you pull out the ocarina, and as soon as you pull out ocarina, you mash B. And you enter this weird state here. This is called time stop, where a lot of weird interactions happen. One of which is like the cutscene trigger that's right here does not activate, which is really cool. But you can disable it just by pressing C up, and then you see the cutscene immediately activates. And that's not version exclusive. That's in both versions of the game. But yeah, if you ever want to skip this cutscene, just remember that the cutscene trigger lasts forever. So if you come back here, you'll get this cutscene. Yeah, and there's a couple different ways to do time stop. That's obviously the easiest one, but if there's no gossip stones available, you can also do it with a bomb. It's a little bit more complicated, but you can do it with a bomb. You can do it with a bottle. And there's a couple different uses for it. One of them is for SRM categories, which is like this very complicated speedrun category for MM. You can use it to open a chest multiple times. And what you can do is you can do a glitch that makes it so the chest contents will be different based on Link's facing angle. So you can do that in combination with time stop, which makes it so that you can open the chest as many times as you want, and then you get like a whole bunch of items for free. Yeah, there's death time stop as well. And then there's another one, you use a bottle to do time stop on like one of the stone tower switches, and it allows you to skip needing elegy to make it over to Stone Tower. Obviously, you can get over to Stone Tower Temple in like a couple different ways, like you can bomb hover over there, but one of the easiest ways to do it, and if you're trying to conserve explosives, you can do bottle time stomp. Yeah, you can get a whole bunch of different items, which is really, really neat. I love cutscenes. Thankfully, this is one of the last like major cutscenes we'll have for a while, so. Yeah, so find the hut with a potion selling witch. Head to the area in the back of her hut, which is a forest maze type place. I'm just gonna go straight into the forest. I'm gonna do it a fast way. We don't got time for any of this. And so he calls it a swampy area. In the world map that he drew out earlier, he called it the marsh, but it's basically the same thing. Is there like an official difference between a marsh and a swamp? I feel like it means very similar things. Oh, we don't need to go talk to the witch just yet. Talk to the monkey there and follow the path he chooses to get to an injured witch. Okay, so I'm not actually going to talk to the monkey. What you might not know is that the Woods of Mystery has a different path on each day. So on day 1, the path starts to the left. But each day, day 1, day 2, day 3, has a different path. So it changes depending on which day you're on. I have all 3 paths memorized, but usually you only need to know 1 or 2 for the speedrun. Okay, and here's the most important piece of tech. Important piece of tech here. So Koome is going to ask us, do you have, something to heal me? And then she'll prompt you to press a C button to give her a potion. But we need to talk to her first and then cancel out of her text, go talk to Kotake, and then she'll give us the red potion bottle. So normally you would just press A or B to cancel out of the text. But the thing is, when she prompts you, there is like a 1 to 2 second delay before the effects of pressing A or B will actually take, like, you can actually cancel out of the text. However, if you happen to have a mask like the bunny hood and you equip it and you talk to her, you can press that button right away. Look at how fast this is. You cancel out of it right away compared to, like, if I just press A or B. Look at this. You see there's like a second or 2 where I have to wait. So that's how you save a second. You just press the button, you wear the mask, and then you press the mask button. You can also do this with an empty C button if you prefer. And it is the freest 1 second of time save you will ever have in your speedrun. Talk to her, then head back out of the area and to the first witch hut to get a bottle and some medicine. Bring that medicine back to the injured witch, and she'll fly away back to the first hut in the swampy area, not the hut with the other witch. You can get a camera from her in there, as well as ride on the boat, which will kill the octopus monster in the way. Beware of the water as normal link after the octopus, because it will damage you and pretty much mean death if there's nothing to grab on around you. Boat should stop and ask if you want to get off. Say yes and talk to the monkeys standing in front of the entrance to the Deku Village. Deku Village? Not Deku Palace? Excuse me? It's called Deku Village. Very interesting. You know, medicine. Yeah. Keep Granny or Benadryl. And then, of course, the monkeys be like, hey, help our friend. And if you have the bunny hood, or like if you backwalk or whatever, you can beat him. So check this out here. The monkeys are going to follow this path, but there's a load plane here to get to the other side of the swamp. And as soon as the monkeys cross this load plane, they just disappear. They're very funny. I'm gonna hit the... I forgot to hit the owl statue earlier, so I'm gonna go do that now. And as I mentioned earlier, you cannot actually save on the owl statues in the Japanese version. If I talk to him, it just says, you can play a song of soaring or whatever. It says something. Yeah, so Kadron's touching upon a very interesting point here. The difference between Japanese and English Ocarina of Time is a single bit in the game's code that indicates whether to load English or Japanese text. That is the sole difference between Japanese and English Ocarina of Time. Obviously, you have different like revisions, like there's version 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, but Japanese 1.0 is the exact same as English 1.0, the only difference being that one bit. Majora's Mask, on the other hand, has like a laundry list of differences between Japanese and English. And part of the reason is that I'm sure many people know that this game was very much a rush job. It was, you know, there was a ton of crunch and like a lot of time pressure to get the game done in time. So a lot of things were either unfinished or left in a state that the developers were unhappy with. So in the 6 or so months between the Japanese and English versions of Majora's Mask, they made some revisions that were present in the English version. It's very interesting that the game has so many differences. But no, Ocarina of Time was perfect from the get-go, which is why it was never changed. Go inside the village as Deku and talk to the Deku King. Take a picture of him if you want for a prize back at the first witch hut. Okay, well, we can take a picture and come back later. Find the monkey left and Z target him to talk. Another monkey will try to talk to you if you leave, as you try to leave. Let's go take a picture of the Deku guard. And he says, "This monkey clearly stole my daughter." Yes, officer, this man right here. Oops. And yeah, there's this monkey here. It's like, "Help my brother." Alright, in the hallway after the two Deku guards are two doors that lead to little flashlight mazes like the castle one in OT. Take the left door and avoid the Deku guards there. Alright, so we're about to get into something really cool here. Oh my god, this guy's a chatterbox. Oh, because I need to say yes to this? Yeah, okay. Deku Palace on the Japanese version is completely different from the English version, and we'll see why. So first of all, this Ring of Rupees is over on the other side where that grotto is. That grotto hole does not exist on the English version at all. Let's see here. So left door and avoid the Deku guards. There should be a doorway that leads to another room. Oh, he meant left from like the entrance. Interesting. There's some games that have harder versions. If you want a very interesting like English versus Japanese game difference, look at Spyro the Dragon. Spyro 1, the Japanese version, is like unplayable. They did some like weird stuff to the camera and the playing speed and stuff, and it's like it is awful. Like, it is not worth your time at all. That's interesting. I don't know. I know Resident Evil had some like interesting translation differences. I've never played Streets of Rage though. Find the hole in this room and follow the path inside. So yeah, if you know, oh. Dude, my fire alarm has been going off all day. Don't worry about it. There's no actual fire. They sent out an announcement earlier. If you hear my fire alarm in the background, don't worry about it. Yeah, so this grotto does not exist on the English version. This grotto right here. So if you played the English version, you know that like Deku Palace looks not like has none of these grottos exist. But yeah. It's another hole. And then, yeah, so this hole is the one that you actually want to get to. This is on the entirely other side of the maze. And this grotto will look familiar to a lot of people who played the English version, because this is where, as we like to refer to him, Bean Daddy. Which I think is an apt name. So I'm curious. So yeah, none of these grottos exist. The only grotto that exists on the English version is right there. And it's nowhere to be found on this version, which is just so interesting. Now let's go back here. And there's also this. I actually don't know where this leads. Let's find out. And yeah, this grotto, if you play the English version, you've never seen this grotto in your life. This grotto does not exist on the English version. Ace Combat 3 is the US version's really bad. That's unfortunate. I've also never played it. Oh my god. Oh look, we're over here. Interesting. There's one more thing I want to check out before we continue here. So interestingly enough, this right here, this is not a grotto, but it looked enough like a grotto that like people got confused, and so they actually redid that texture on the English version, so it no longer looks like a grotto. Anyway, I'm getting bored of doing Deku Palace the normal way, so I'm just gonna do the speedrun stuff here. Actually, I really don't know what this grotto is here. It's another one of these. Interesting. Or wait, no, we went in this grotto. I'm sorry. This is the same one as before. But yeah, if you don't want to do like the actual left maze, you can just go over here and do a gainer. And get on this wall for free. If I can do a gainer. Except I'm bad at gainers. Hello? There we go. Sheesh. Sorry, I'm just going to get some spring water here. Alright. Yeah, in the hallway after the 2 Decker guards are 2 doors that lead to little flashlight mazes. Follow the hole and follow the path to find another hole. You can find magic beans from the guy in this hole for 10 rupees each. Go back to the entrance of the Deku Town. Okay, now it's Deku Town. It was Deku Village earlier. And leap across the lily pads on the right of the bridge is Deku. Follow them all the way and you should see a place to plant a magic bean. Then either wait for rain. He actually oh my god. So this is a really obscure thing I don't think a lot of people talk about. But on day 2 it rains, right? And that rain will actually grow the bean plant. And you don't actually need to use water to grow the bean plant. So it's a neat little obscure piece of knowledge that I'm surprised the oh, hold on a sec here. Necessary. Skip the day transition. But yeah, that's a neat little thing I think a lot of people don't know about MM. Is the fact that you can wait for rain on day 2 and use it to grow your bean. One thing that is annoying, though, is you cannot use beans as Deku. You have to be human to plant the bean. Yeah, the stalk that appears will take you to the upper level of the flashlight maze area. Just glide from one flower launch pad to the next until you find the exit that will take you inside the cage with the monkey. We'll go do that. So this is largely unchanged. I have to wait for the cycle. Oh, nice. No matter. Here, check this out. You're supposed to do this whole section as you cross, but we're gonna do this a little differently. Oops. I tried to angle the roll there. No. Dude, this guy even played MM? Like, what the heck? There we go. Sheesh. And yeah, you can see here, this is the best coated ledge in Zelda history right here. Check out this ledge. Easy. Alright. Take you inside the cage, talk to him, and show him the ocarina to learn the Awake Sonata. Awake Sonata, not Sonata with an O. It is the Awake Sonata, not Sonata of Awakening. Awake Sonata. We did it. We got the Awake Sonata. Again, that's just like a translation difference. Dude, songs are hard. Dude, I pressed the A button. Give me one sec. Yeah, they've been testing the fire alarm all day, so it's been going off. I apologize if anybody can hear that. There's no fire. I'm safe. It's fine. We got the Awake Sonata. Okay, playing songs in this game is like really annoying because if you have the last button pressed, like if I press C up and then I try to press C left, but even if I have like C up active for a single frame, when I press the C left, then the second note just won't come out. And that's the reason why you'll see people fail songs a lot. It's not because muscle memory, it's because I'm trying to play it so fast that I end up like holding the button too long or something like that, and it ends up being like notes get missed. But again, we're trying to play songs fast, so oftentimes you'll see people mess it up specifically for that reason. So here, for example, if I hold C right and I'm pressing C left right now. I'm pressing C left right now, but only C right is coming out because I pressed C right first and I'm holding it down. So, and then there's also double notes, so like I'm gonna press A as fast as I can and listen to how fast it comes out. There's actually, if you can believe it, for double notes, there's a lockout period. There's a lockout period where you can only press the notes at like a certain rhythm. You can't press them too fast. And so Song of Double Time specifically is really annoying because of this lockout period. You can't play the song too fast or the notes just won't register. Anyway, go back to the entrance and jump on the pads to the right. This time jumping on the little ledge against the wall after the second pad. So he's talking about this. Launch up outside, then follow the launchers and land next to the top of the waterfall. Use the ocarina in front of the slab and you will learn the owl song. Yo, what's up, Nave? How you doing? So I'm wondering if the region that he's referring to as waterfall is actually woodfall. And I'm curious about how it was translated and if he's like, okay, well, woodfall clearly is supposed to be waterfall or something like that. Because woodfall isn't really a word, I guess. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a name that they came up with. And what's up, Bag? This is not randomizer. I hate to break it to you. And now, yeah. So launch up outside, follow the launchers, and land next to the top of the waterfall. Use the ocarina in front. Awake Santa. Awake Santa. Yeah, exactly. Use the ocarina in front of the slab and you learn the owl song. The owl song is really called the Big Wind Song, but I will refer to it as the owl song. As we all know, in English it was named the Song of Soaring, but I guess in Japanese it's referred to as the Big Wind Song. Oh my god. Press 1 if you're able to make a big wind song. Launch over the waterfall and exit into another marsh area. Follow the wooden planks, gliding when you have to. If you need to kill the big bug monsters, which are called hip loops in English, just spit at them twice. Everybody's pressing 1. We got 1s in both chat rooms. When you get to the plate in the middle of the room, be sure to slash the owl statue with your sword so you can instantly come back here if you need to. When you are ready to enter the dungeon, play the Awake Santa while standing on the plate. You must be Deku Link. Oh, interesting that he calls that out. You have to be Deku Link here, which is correct. Also, you don't need to spit bubbles at these guys. You can just walk around them. You can just stun them and walk around. Ain't no way. Ain't no way we're getting Hawk Tua in the chat room right now. Hawk Tua. Bid on that thing, am I right? Anybody want to buy my crypto coin? No? Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'll stop waffling. Find the Zora mask where Adolwa's remains should be. Upon playing the Song of Healing for Mikau, you receive a second Zora mask, at which point you encounter a hard crash and your game will black screen. Upon reloading the file, Zora and Adolwa is a curse, not a blessing. She hawk on my Tua till I blank. Alright. No, don't worry. It was funny. I got what you were going for. Slash the owl statue with your sword, so you can instantly come back here if you need to. When you're ready to enter the dungeon, we played the Awake Santa while standing on the plate, and you must be Deku Link for it to work. Chapter 3, The Marshy Cave and the Deku Princess. Yo, what's up, Baru? Thank you so much for the raid here. Just to fill you guys in on what we're doing here. So, my friend Jackson Prody, friend of the stream, found this game facts guide for Majora's Mask that was written before the game came out in English. I know, Adge, hold on. I got you. If you guys are getting Adge, let me give you guys a handy little link. You can watch on YouTube. There won't be any ads there. But yeah, so this is a game facts guide that was written using a translated copy, or rather a Japanese copy of the game that was translated manually by the guy who wrote the guide. His name is Baby Ryoga. And so we're playing through this guide and seeing what cool differences there are, what they chose to translate and how they chose to translate it versus the official translation. So, for example, that the fairy is referred to as Chat instead of Tattle, and the world is called Talmina instead of Termina, which is really cool. And there's a whole bunch of other differences that we found so far. You might notice the fairy floating near the entrance. If you have the bunny hood, you can easily leap off as regular Link and grab it. If not, you might need to glide Deku Link over to it. There's another fairy in the chest on one of the launcher platforms. Take the launchers all the way across the room. We don't need to do either of this. I'm not sure why he didn't just tell us to pull out my good friend Chapel Roan here. You guys know I have one friend who is Canadian, but she recently went to France specifically, like last week, went to France specifically to see Chapel Roan perform a concert there. And so yeah, you can use the flowers here to flip over. We can do a little better than that. And just flip on here and get over here. Yeah, there's some pretty cool names. Yeah, I only have one Canadian friend. It's very sad. Alright, in the next room, walk down the plank and past the locked door. Kill the chopper plant to release a third fairy and grab it. The chopper plant. In English, obviously they're called Dekubabas. What are these called in Japanese, though? I'm curious if they're... Because, like, the species is referred to as Deku nuts. So I'm wondering what the actual item is referred to as. Then leap across the lily pads to the next room. There's a key against the wall in this room, so don't forget to launch towards it and grab it. You can go into the next room if you want, where you need to fight 3 turtle monsters, hit them with a bomb, knock them over, and hit them with a sword, which gets you a map. Go back to the locked door and open it. We'll skip the map for now. We don't need the map. But yeah, great fairy mask. It's Chapel Roan. Like, if you don't see Chapel Roan here, then what are you even thinking? Come on, this is just Chapel Roan. Deku no Mi. which is just Deku Nuts. Interesting. Interesting. So it's like the Japanese word. Or I don't even know how it works, but yeah. Alright. Let's see here. Push the block in the middle of this room forward one, then go around the other side and push it back 2 spaces. So there's a couple different ways you can tackle this room. One is what most people will do when they first play this is they'll push this forward and then figure out that that doesn't actually work. So what you can do is then push this back. So you didn't even need to do that first push forward in the first place. You could just go around here. So some people will go up to it and like pull it forward so that it goes like this way in this direction, and then you have like a direct path. But if you're good at the game, you would get a Deku stick and be able to do this, but I did not grab a Deku stick, so let me go do that. What is the guide? Yeah, okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. What does the guide tell me what to do? Interesting. Let me read here. Okay, the guide says to push it forward 1, then go around the other side and push it back 2 spaces. Yeah, Pink Fairy Club, not Pink Pony Club. It says also kill the spider. Light the unlit torch with a Deku stick. Also, kill the spider in the corner by the already lit torch to release a fairy. Hold on. Brother. Get the fairy. Kill all the yeah. Light the unlit torch with the Deku stick. Kill the dragonflies in the next room to get the compass. We'll skip that. Leave that room, and it says put on the bunny hood. Put on the bunny hood. We will do just that. The guide says put on the bunny hood. Just light this torch. Burn the web with a stick and continue up the next floor. It didn't say to light your... Oh no, I'm not following the guide right. I'm sorry. Follow the path, killing anything you can on the way. Killing the mom will make a chest with a 5th fairy appear. These enemies in English are called black bows. I'm not sure if the Japanese translation is the same. It doesn't really go into like enemy names. It just says kill them all. So we will kill them all. The easiest way to get that fairy in the bubble is actually to, you can drop a bomb right by that block and then put on Great Fairy Mask and the fairy will just come to you. The bomb will actually blow it up, which is really cool. Says, yeah. Light the 3 unlit torches to open the door. Launch across the next room. Careful of the dragonflies to end up back downstairs, but on the upper level. And as you might know here, there's a trick you can do to skip all this, but the guide says launch across the platform, so we're going to launch across the platforms. I missed the cycle. And these dragonflies are really annoying. Uh-oh. I don't think I'm going to make this, but I'm going to try anyway. That's a bad idea. Come back, platform. No. Okay, we're fine. Just stay in my little flower of safety. You can tell it's been a while since I've done this. You can tell it's been a long time since I've done this strat. There's a much easier way to get down from here. That's good enough. Explore the ledges a bit to find a room where a mini boss awaits. Not too hard, just Z target and hack away. We will do just that. So actually here's a fun little difference, and I'm gonna forego the guide a little bit here. If you played Ocarina of Time, you probably know about a concept called power crouch stabbing, where your crouch stab doesn't have a set damage value and instead takes on the last damage value that you did. Majora's Mask in English does not have this, but in Japanese it does. So you saw I did a stick jump slash here, and if I crouch stab the guy, he dies in one hit. Japanese Majora's Mask does have power crouch stabbing. It was only removed in the English version of the game. So, fun little fact there. If you're playing on Japanese MM, you have the same kind of crouch stabs that you do in OOT, which is really useful. It makes a lot of bosses a lot easier, because stick jump slash is just like such a powerful blow. Yeah, I got nerfed in the English. Get your bow, exit the room, use the bow to hit the eye on the ledge all the way across the room where you are now. Take the floating launcher now that it works over to the door and prepare for another mini dash boss. This boss can be kind of hard. Make sure you have full arrows and lots of bombs before you start the fight. I think I have like 2 bombs. Okay, I have 3. It's just enough to make this boss work. At first, you just have to stun him with Deku Link and spit at him. Okay. You can also just slash your sword, but stun and Hawk Tua on that thing. After 2 spits, his turtle friend comes and makes things more difficult. Wait till he crashes into a wall, then throw a bomb at him. See, I'm going to waste my bombs here. Okay. So you can also do this, which I have to do now that I only have 2 bombs. I did follow the guide. Where is he? Then the frog part of the boss will jump on the wall, hit it with an arrow. His turtle friend is a bald motherfucker. Yeah, if you do it the way he suggests, where you just have to throw bombs at him after he crashes, it can be a little difficult. Because usually what you actually do is you just drop a bomb in front of you. Or you just like drop a bomb here and then like walk directly away and it'll just go straight at the bomb. And that works too. But you can also use the Deku Flowers. You were watching the Twitch stream with YouTube audio? No. I do not recommend doing that. I recommend picking one of the streams rather than doing both. Spell on the frog will be broken, changing it back into a normal frog. If you find yourself dying too much, there's another way to fight the boss, but it might take slightly longer. As Deku Link, hide in the launcher in the middle of the room and launch when it is right on top of you to score a hit, just as you hit it with a bomb. You time it wrong, you might take a hit instead, so this method really takes patience. Grab the boss key in the back room, then head back to the room with a huge plant in the middle. Stand by the door on the upper level and fire an arrow through the lit torch and into the unlit torch on the plant. When the plant pops up, jump on it and aim through the flame on its torch to hit the other unlit torch. When I was a kid, I was really bad at this. I could not get the second torch open, so I actually left the dungeon. I went and did Snowhead, got the fire arrows, and then came back and beat this dungeon. Yeah, I think the easy method is just hide in the flowers until it's right over you. But yeah, as a kid, I could not do this. I could not do this right here. It's so hard. Go through the door that opens, make your way. I like how he told us to get 5 stray fairies and then just forgot to like, it's like, yeah, let's just move on. Go through the door that opens, make your way through the next room carefully, learn the general layout on it, and then fire an arrow at the switch using normal Link, and race to go as fast as you can from the launch pad to launch pad as Deku Link. Eventually, you'll get to the boss door. Here, I'm just gonna not let these guys even have the chance. Like I said, so this is a translated guide, so he's taking the Japanese text and translating it as best he can, but some of them it's just like, okay, well, this is just how you sound it out. So again, it's just a different direct translation of like the same Japanese characters. So Adola versus Odorua. One thing you might not know, there is actually there's a boss in Zelda 2 called Barbara, which, believe it or not, is translated from the same Japanese word as Volvagia. It's just a difference of interpretation between the B sound and the V sound, and how they chose to translate it from the original Japanese word. So it's the same boss name, just chosen to translate differently between Zelda 2. I think it's like Barbara or Barbru, something like that. I don't know the exact spelling of it. But yeah, it's a dragon boss in Zelda 2. So that's the same. I just killed the Dole without even reading the guide. I'm sorry. I'm just autopiloting the boss here. Wow, this game has some pretty interesting bosses. He will leap around the room, shouting his cry, and try to slash at you. Just target him and hack away. Well, I kind of did that. Try to hit him when he slashes and misses, or when he leaps up to try and escape. Sometimes he may spawn smaller creatures to help, but when he does, just take them out with a spin and get the hearts as they leave. If he traps you in a circle of fire, just stand and wait for it to disappear. If he traps you in a cloud of locusts, don't worry, as they do very, very little damage and eventually disappear. After a lot of punishment, he will fall over and you will get a heart container. If you want to kill this guy really easy, Z-target him and hit him dead on with a leaping slash attack. He would be stunned just enough for you to leap slash again, so on until he's dead. Yeah, that's one strat I've seen a lot of people do. Yeah, Barba, that's it, excuse me. If you go back in time, you'll need to clear the dungeon once again, but once you beat this one or any of the others, you can simply use a teleporter at the beginning to skip to the boss. Yeah, Bagu as well in Zelda 2 is supposed to be Bug, but it's Bagu. So you have Bug and Air. In a short cut space scene, Link will learn a new song and the poison waters will drain from this dungeon and the surrounding area. You'll be teleported to a new room where the Deku Princess is being held. Use Nip to grab her. If you want, you can go back in the dungeon and get fairies you missed. There are 3 or 4 in the room before the boss, but you have to be quick on hitting the switch and getting over to the fire before it reignites. I'm actually really surprised that he's not talking about using the Great Fairy Mask to just have them come over to you. I wonder if he just doesn't know that's how it works. If you're hit by a flame, you're teleported back to the room entrance if you're Deku. There's a fairy underwater in the room with a large block in the intersection. There's also another fairy in the room. Okay, so he's telling us now to go back and get the fairies, which I guess I'll do. And then, yeah, he's going to tell us how to get the Pigma mask. So I think this cutscene here, they didn't really do much in terms of inferring from the text. They're just like, yeah, you learn a song and then the swamp drains. Which is interesting. But I get it. That's a lot of text to translate. So yeah, we'll go back to Woodfall and we'll get the rest of the fairies. Just skipping ahead here. Hooray, the swamp is healed. Brother, the extra fast DoorDash delivery. I've been there. It's such a nice feeling. He is the chosen one. Right now, I feel more like the frozen one. I'm just kidding. It's really hot here today. Oh, fun fact about this cutscene. If you leave the dungeon and you beat Snowhead first, and then you go back and beat Woodfall, then this cutscene doesn't happen. Upgraded tip. Oh yeah. Oh, is that a Dune reference? More about Dune your mom, if you know what I mean. Somehow she fits in the bottle. Here, I'll go back into Woodfall, I'll get the rest of the fairies. Get the fairies you missed. There are 3 or 4 in the room before the boss. Okay, we'll go get those first. Get another stick here. So yeah, he's just walking us through the different fairies. I know where the fairies are, so I'm just gonna grab them. I'm gonna try to be efficient here. Oh yeah, and there's this. $800 pages, my god. So recently, I kind of got down a rabbit hole because there was a animated series announced for Homestuck, which, if you don't know, Homestuck is this webcomic that ran in like the early 2010s and was one of the things that kind of got like Toby Fox's start in being known around the internet. But recently they announced there's going to be an animated series for it. And so I started looking into it because I've never read Homestuck. And I know it's notorious for being like, I think it's like 800,000 words in total. Like it's one of the longest pieces of fiction in existence, which is really funny. But I started looking into it and I watched like a couple videos. Like there's a couple Sarah Zed videos on Homestuck that I think are really well done. And what I learned is like, because like I was thinking maybe I could be like, you know, maybe I can watch the animated thing and kind of get the whole plot of Homestuck through that. And what I learned through various sources is that all of the like the projects that Homestuck has done beyond like the initial webcomic are just like marred with like, you know, inconsistent deliveries and like all this like, you know, basically empty promises and stuff and never actually delivering. So now I'm like, okay, maybe this animated series isn't actually going to happen. Maybe it's just going to be, you know, like something they say is going to come out and it never does and all this stuff. So I'm not necessarily getting my hopes up for anything, but yeah, it scares me too. Cause I mean, you know, notoriously rabid fandom and all this other stuff, but I can't say I'm not intrigued. I can't say I'm not intrigued. So, I mean, it was popular for a reason, right? Does he even talk about this fairy here? I don't hear him talking about the switch. Each fire that need to light up an arrow is a quarter on the pot. You can find 2 more fairies by looking at the ceilings. Okay. I don't know if he ever actually talks about this specific fairy right here. Oh, whoops. Here, I can fix this. The brave tangled guardians tumble. I don't even know what that is. Is that like brave plus tangled plus guardians of Gahul, guardians of the galaxy? Gate Guardian from Yu-Gi-Oh? Wait, like what are we talking about here? Alright, that's the last one. Let's get out of here. So interestingly here, he tells us to go back to Deku Palace and give the Deku Princess back. He never says to go to the Great Fairy here, so I'm gonna ignore it for now, just because I'm trying to follow this guide as closely as I can. But if he says, or he doesn't say like, hey, go back to the Fairy Fountain, I'm just gonna do it before the cycle is over. Rise of the Guardians, Brave, Tangled, maybe another. Yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to move on from that portion of your life. You would kill to make me bulge right now? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I will be. This stream will go on. This is going to be multiple streams as well, just so we know. Also, he told us to take a picture of the Deku King, and then we go clear the dungeon. But now that the photo contest is over, so I guess we'll do that later. Boing, 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 boing. What is this? Don't tell me Ganon is enough for the bald. Oh, he sure does. He has enough for almost 3 of them. Only the sight of our good pal James' chromium dome. Yeah, it's true. Alright, thanks Ganon11 for redeeming bald for rest of stream. There it is. Alright, take the Deku Princess back to the king and release her for a short cutscene, then go back to the entrance of the village and take the left lily pads over to the cave. You need to follow the Deku guy as normal Link wearing the bunny hood. You have to wear the bunny hood. I will put the bunny hood on. Yeah, everybody point and laugh. We have to wear the bunny hood here. Get too far behind, the doors will close, and you will need to start over. You will get a pig mask if you are fast enough and clear the maze. Well, I hope I'm fast enough. Oh, nice. We're going to skip another day transition here. Oops. No. The number one thing we want to do in this chat room is point and laugh at bald people. If you're not laughing at bald people, then it's not this is not the place for you. Yeah, so he does. If you get too far ahead of him, he does speed up and catches up to you. Look, man. Genetics were not kind to me. That's all I can say. Oops. Did you call me? Three feet of thick curly. You have 3 feet? That's crazy. What a marvel of science. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. Opposite of ball genetics is also brutal, yeah. When I did have hair, my hair was pretty thin, so. Alright. The pig mask, if you're fast enough and clear the names. Return all the fairies. Oh, okay, now he tells us to go return all the fairies from the first dungeon to the pond. And you'll get a new sword attack. Oh yeah, that was a 46 Dompe. Thank you for that. You can get a new sword attack if you turn them all in. Also, once you get the pig mask, you can go to the injured witch and use it to find a purple cloud. Well, there's also purple clouds like all over the swamp. There's one in like every grotto. There's one by the owl statue. They're everywhere. Bottle on a mushroom and take back to the potion selling witch. Come back a bit later and you get a blue potion from her for free. Potion that heals life as well as magic. Chapter 4, the truth revealed, a ghost of the past. Oh my god. I'm not going to stand a ghost of a chance in this section of the game. Oh boy. Bagbot. I thought that was like a spam bot message, but no, you're just blowing up my chat with a bunch of random letters. Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, can we get a link shortener in here? There we go. Don't pay attention to the tweet, just the picture of the goat. Oh, look at him. What a beautiful specimen. Wait. Bald Jake Paul? You guys think I look like Jake Paul? It's every day, bro. You think I have Disney Channel flow? I look like Garrett Crotchet. Nice. I'll take that as a compliment. Sure, all bald people with beards look the exact same. Okay, I kind of see the resemblance. Alright, chapter 4, the truth revealed, a ghost of the past. Go back to Clocktown and exit on the eastern side. Eastern side, not the northern side. Alright, if you say so. I went to Milk Road. Did I not hit the Clocktown Owl? I totally forgot to hit the Clocktown Owl. Oh well. Not that far away. Yeah, Lincoln also gets short. True. The link shortener. Nice. Damn, Bag. I'm proud of you. Yeah, I forgot to hit the owl here. It's fine. Go back to Clocktown. Exit on the eastern side. Jump up on the little blue wall that is surrounding the ledge to the east. I think the directions might be a bit confused here. I think he means west here. Fire some arrows at the icicle ahead. Yeah, I'll try to fill up on some arrows here and bombs. Nice. Oh yeah, this blue wall. Okay, so I think maybe he meant northern side. Again, it's a long guide. There's bound to be a couple of mistakes. Jump down in the canyon and climb up the ramp on the other side to get to the Death Mountain area. Now I need somebody, if there's anybody who knows any Japanese and all, I need them to tell me if any of the text here indicates that it's called Death Mountain, because I'm pretty sure it's not, but it's probably just inferred that it's Death Mountain because it's a mountain where Gorons live. Everything is covered in snow and large snowballs block the way. Just blow them up with bombs and make your way to the small village. I think that it literally is just the characters for Mountain Village. That makes sense. Find the exit there and you'll be in a place with bridges. Like Jeff, Bo, like who are we talking about here? No, I think he's referring to Twin Islands there. Yeah, Goron stereotyping by calling every mountain they live Death Mountain. Like, what the heck? That's literally Mountain Village, yeah. Whatever that means. So this area, I don't know if this area has like an official name. Make sure you take the exit that leads to the map with bridges and not the one with falling snowballs, snow space balls, and huge gaps in the mountainside. Follow the rope bridges and you will be in the frozen Goron village. So this region that we're in right now, I don't think it has an official name. If it does, then I'm unaware. But most people that I know who like play Majora's Mask and speedrun it, this area is referred to as Twin Islands, which I mean makes sense. There's two. There's technically three, although this one is kind of short. But yeah, Twin Islands is usually what this area is referred to by most speedrunners and randomizer players. And if it is referred to as Twin Islands anywhere in the game, then I'd love to hear about it, because I'm unaware. First thing to do here is find the owl. He will drop feathers onto invisible platforms over a huge pit. You have to be quick in following the feathers or they will disappear. Do they disappear, really? So fun fact, much like the Mystery Woods in the swamp, the path to Lens Cave here changes each day. So this path here on day 2 is different from the path on day 1 and day 3. I didn't realize the feathers disappeared. Do they? Doesn't look like they're disappearing. Oh, there they go. They faded. Okay. Yeah, I know all 3 paths by heart. Here. I'll show you. So the day 2 path goes like this. It's like left first, and then you go right, left again, and then you go through, you look at like those 2 towers in the distance as like goalposts, and then you just head towards the center here. So that's the day 2 path, and I'll show you here real quick. Let me just... I'll show you the day 3 path as well. He also says, yeah, don't use the bunny mask. The bunny hood actually makes this like really difficult. But yeah, the day 3 path, you start by going like just to the right of Lens Cave. There is where you aim. Go 1, 2, 3, up, and then there's one here, but you can actually skip that one, and I missed it. But here, I'll do it again. But yeah, the day 3 path is like this, and then the day 1 path, if you ever run glitchless, or there's actually a lot of categories, you have to know the day 1 path. So like even before I started playing rando, I knew what the day 1 path was. So, yeah, so I do know all 3 paths just by heart. Same as Woods of Mystery. All right. When you get to the other side, go in the cave and pick up the Lens of Truth. Use the lens and you shall see the platforms on the way back. Also, there will be a ghost waiting for you on the other end. Follow him or your shadow if you don't want to waste magic. I'll do that. That's all good, Bag. You add whatever you want. Follow him or his shadow. You don't actually need to do this. Fun fact. You can just go straight to the Goron graveyard and he'll be there. But yeah, he says follow me. Why let's go when you let's Goron? Here, I'll add it. Yeah, you can use the bunny hood here if you really want. Again, I'm following this guide to a T, so if it says to follow the Goron guy, then we follow the Goron guy. Follow him some more across 2 ice space bergs. Man, Herp, I'm still sad. I would have won that bingo race. It's crazy. Like I'm amazed that I would have been in first place. It would have been my first ever bingo race that I would have won. Would have been my first sub 1. I am kind of devastated. Did he just go already, I guess? Yeah, it kind of sucks, but is he just not here? Whatever. Unless no. I guess I just missed him, but it's fine. Across 2 where's Ice Space Bergs? 2 Ice Space Bergs. See that route though, that route was like very much just do glitchless. Do glitchless and you win. So I don't know if I'm gonna get a route like that again anytime soon. Yeah, Blaze is also a rando main, yeah. And he's he won the last season of the randomizer tournament. I'm in and enter the cave at the top, talk to the ghost, play the Song of Healing. Yeah, Ice Borger. I'm still pretty devastated about that race. And you know what it was? It wasn't even like I was using too much power and I like cut the power or the breaker or whatever. There was a fire down the street that caused all 5 apartment buildings in my complex to lose power for like 3 hours. Like, literal act of God preventing me from winning that bingo race. I mean, rando definitely gives you a lot of fundamentals that you probably need for bingo, but a lot of it is like very much based in glitchless movement. As soon as you need to know like tricks and stuff, I don't know how much rando will help you. Yeah, it's fine. There's no fire near me anyway. Just sucks that I was literally like less than 5 minutes away from finishing that bingo race. Ugh. To get the Goron mask. Before you leave the area, look for an owl statue somewhere outside this cave so you can teleport back with little trouble. I already hit the owl statue. You can explore a little more or skip right past the next chapter and continue your hunt on the Snowy Mountain, but remember where the long ladder you climbed is. You will need to come back there soon if you decide to do the next chapter. Chapter 5, The Curse of the Golden Spiders, brackets optional. You will need a Deku Stick, 2 magic beans, and a bottle to complete this next task. Go down the stream some more from the Deku Village until you see a burning torch. Why are we taking a break right now to go to the spider house? Why now, of all times? Okay. Okay, I guess we're gonna go do the spider house. Yeah, magic beans. I'll remember to show the bean for you guys. It really, yeah, just walk away from the hot spring and take a detour. In fairness, it does say optional, but I forgot where the big ladder is. No, dude. All right, let's. I like I said, I've been following this guide to a T, so we have to go do it. Oh, shut up. It's not gonna work. We're going to assess this based on the speedrun route of the spider house and see how close it is to the actual route. We're going to critically analyze the spider route here. And even more so, he's telling us to do it without hookshot, which is actually how you would do it. Because hookshot makes it like so much easier, but no matter. Yeah, but we got to remember, guys, we have to remember where that big ladder is, because if we don't, then we're not going to be able to do the next part of the game. What the heck? Oh yeah, hookshot is cheating. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Die. Just need some magic here. Alright, so for anybody who's just joining, just to recap what this is. So this is a game facts guide for Majora's Mask that was written before, like a month before the game released in English. So what happened was this guy, his name is Baby Ryoga. He had a Japanese copy of the game before the game came out in America, and he wrote this guide by translating it into English, which is really, really cool. So I'm going to be playing through the entire game and following this guide and seeing where the differences are. And I know we are kind of, you know, poking fun. Some of the routing choices are interesting. We have to remember, this guy was written literally like within a couple months of the game release. Like, he has no speedrun knowledge whatsoever. He just is saying like, hey, this is what you should go do. This is what I figured out. So like, I know we are, you know, teasing and making fun, but the fact that this guide exists is just so cool. It's so fascinating to me that we're able to have this. It was preserved after 25 years. So I am really, really thankful that this guide exists, even if it's telling me to go do the spider house now of all times. All right, you will need a Deku stick, 2 magic beans, and a bottle to complete this next task. Go down the stream, use a stick to burn a web, and in here is a guy cursed to be a spider. The only way to break the spell on him is to destroy all the spiders and collect the tokens. The first is in a jar, a platform next to the platform you start on. Then go along the wall to the closest door you can find. I believe it is a 100% guide, so assuming that we follow the guide completely, this should be 100%. Although I did skip the maps and compasses in the dungeon, but we can always go back and get those later if we want to do true 100%. There's a boulder in the corner that needs to be destroyed with a bomb. After you destroy it, plant the magic seed where it was and water it. Okay. But first, I have to show the bean. There you go. Do you guys enjoy the bean that I'm showing to you right now? How did I get through the dungeon without a map? Because I'm using a guide. The guide tells me everything. We're fine. Like, plant this bean here. Roll into the boxes around this room and get spiders number 2 and 3. He said number 2. It's funny. And then climb the ladder on the side wall and go to the balcony. Number 4 is behind a burning torch. Go through the door up here and look to the side of the pillar on each ledge it leads to, and you will get number 5. So I guess we're just not getting the statue one. Oh yeah, I needed to roll into every box. How did he know where the spiders were? That's crazy. Go through the door up here and look on the side of each pillar on ledge it leads to, and you will get number 5. I think he's talking about this one. Glide across and enter the door. Glide across? How about stride across? Enter the door on the other side. Use the launcher in there to get to the ledge on the left side of the room. And lift up the stone to catch some bugs with your jar. I guess it's called jar in the Japanese version. Can you pick up the rock as Goron? Like, I assume you have to be. Yeah, okay. Die. Not in the guide. I'm sorry. Stop glitching. Get some bugs. Go through the door and hit the switch to make a ladder appear on the wall. Shoot the spider on the ladder with an arrow. You're the boss. You're the doctor. Making it the 6th. Go back into the first room and kill one in the water and one on a pillar. Wait till the pillar one is low enough to kill it so you can grab the token it leaves. I mean, it's right there, right? Okay, we'll wait for it to come back. The 9th one is back in the room with the rock you had to blow up. Ride the bean space stock. Give me a second, I gotta kill this one. Okay, there's the beanstalk here. Along the wall and kill it. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Come on here. We'll get you. Die. Alright. That's number 9. In the same room, climb the ladder and use the bunny mask. Use the bunny mask to jump over to the pillar in the center of the room for number 10. Go up the ladder and... Okay, fine. I'll go up the ladder again instead of just jumping over. Go up the ladder again and through the door. Shoot the spider on the wall with the main room with an arrow or bubble and use the launcher to get the token. So we're doing 2 trips around the spider house. It's fine. I guess he doesn't... It's because he doesn't know about the bugs in the first room. Token. Launch across into the platform where the rock and the bugs are. Get number 12 on the wall, then take that door. Climb the switch ladder again. Wait, hold on. Launch across, sorry, and the platform where the rock with the bugs are. Oh, I see. So he wants me to go over here and not use the bugs yet. So we just grabbed the bugs for no reason. We just did a full loop here. Again, this is the guide to a T here. So everything I'm doing here is just the order that he tells me to do it. This is number 12. Okay. Good. Climb the switch ladder again. Plant and water the magic bean. Hold on, I need water. Need to get water. Wait, but we have... He told me to grab bugs, and now I need to water it? Hang on a sec here. I think he meant to have us use the bugs on that bean patch there. It's fine. Plant and water the magic bean there. Jump back down, get the one on the pillar, then climb the switch ladder again and ride on the stalk as far as it will go to get another spider on the wall. Then use the stalk to get to the door. You come to a room with a tree, roll into the tree until all the spiders fall and kill them all. You should have 19 before they are all dead. Don't forget to look for them in tall grass too. Go back to the room with the big pots. So there's this one that we can kill. And yeah, so he says we should have 19 by the end of this. There's one in the beehive that he doesn't refer to, but surely we'll grab that one. So we have 19 now, but there's one in the beehive here. Don't forget to look back. Go back to the room with the big pots. Hold on. Go back to the room with the big pots. There's one under the set of jars in the corner. Oh, he means this room. Oh. Does he want me to do the speedrun jump here? Is that actually what we're doing? I guess we can use the bean too. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So there's one of the jars. There's one under the set in the jars in the corner. Also slash the green plant covered wall. Behind the scared Deku. The scared Deku? No, he's asleep. He's not scared. He's sleeping. Just having a nap. Back in the room with the stalk. Not the one where you blew up a rock. Ride the stalk. Oh my god. Ride the stalk and jump onto one of the pillars. Shoot the beehives down. Dude, what is this route? This route is crazy. Oh, wait. That's right. Hold on. No, I need to do what the guide says, because I forgot. You can actually jump on these pillars. The no logic route, yeah. These pillars, they look from the ground up. They look like they extend all the way to the ceiling, but no, you can actually jump on top of them, and you can shoot the beehives. Oh, we can jump slash this one. Owned. Okay. Number 22. There are 3 more in the main room. Catch some bugs and release them wherever you see a soil patch. Okay, so let's get some bugs. Bro, I'm gonna moon crash because of this route. Three more in the main room. Catch some bugs and release them wherever you see a patch of soil on the wall. Okay, so he wants me to go through get all 3 of them, so I guess I'll go do that now. Go back and forth. There is a more efficient bug route here, but this is fine. And then we'll get the last one here. Because we need to go up anyway. I guess we don't need to, but... we'll go all the way back up here. Get that last soil patch skull. Uh-oh. I was trying to do like a backwalk here, but did a weird sidestep instead. Go back to the room with the large pots and wear the Goron mask. Hit and roll into the pots until 2... Oh. Okay, I think I see why he chose to do the route. It's still like... Still makes no sense to me, but I think the reason is like he really wanted to go like wrap up all the swamp side quests. But I guess he's under the impression that you need to be Goron to roll into the pots here. I actually, I didn't know that you could use Goron to just roll into the pots. But he's probably just like, yeah, let's just wrap this up now that we have the Goron mask. I didn't know you could roll into them as Goron. That's pretty neat. I mean, it makes sense. It's just, you can also roll into them as human. So, like, why would you ever, you know? In fact, trying to roll into this without talking to the mans? Okay, you can just roll into the wall. And he says, the last spider is in a beehive in the room with the large tree. Go back to the cursed spider. Okay, so he just made me go back to this room now for no reason. You can punch them as gore. Or can you punch them, like the pots themselves? I actually didn't try that. I assume yes, but I actually have no idea if that works. Again, we can't make fun. Again, this guide was written, like, before most of us had conscious thoughts. So, like, it ain't no speedrun route, but he was able to write a full 100% guide for this game in a different language, so we can't be too critical. Okay. He will give you a mask that allows you to talk to gossip stones and animals. You can go back and play the Awake Sonata, the Awake Santa, for the Scared Deku in the pot room, but all it seems to do is let you use the launcher as Hidazen. Sorry if the order I listed these is kind of confusing. It is the order I found them myself. Okay. So he just did this. He played the game and he like found the spiders in that order, and then he just wrote it down as he went along. So that was the order that he found the spiders. Which, I mean, hey, if you're writing a guide, that's totally chill. But yeah, I was talking about how like this route was like, you just kind of double back a whole bunch of times. So the speedrun route is a lot more efficient, but hey, for a guide, this guide was written here. I'll go up to the date. So first version is 5/7/2000. The latest version is 10/09/2000. Note that these dates are before the English release of Majora's Mask. So this is a 25-year-old guide written, again, before... Probably there's some people in the chat room who weren't even alive when this guide was written. All right, so we got the Mask of Truth. I am going to reset here. Unfortunately, there's one thing he has not told us what to do, which is the witch heart piece. Let me just scroll down here. Yeah, okay. I think we're just gonna have to reset and then go do this another cycle, which is fine. Yeah, 2000. Bagbot was conceived. He was not alive yet. That's crazy. Yeah, let's just reset here. All right, Chapter 6, The Cry of the Goron. As Goron Link, go to the snowy Goron village. A Goron near the top will show you how to open the door when you talk to him. Go inside and do the Goron stomp move to open it. You'll be on the inside of the Goron's village and hear a loud crying baby. Go to the throne room and talk to the baby. All right, we gotta go talk to the baby, guys. And we have to remember where that ladder is. We can't forget where the big ladder is. We gotta go talk to the baby here. Yeah, anybody else old in the chat? Anybody else have a 1 at the start of their birth year? Any pre-1990? No. Sadly, I am a late 93 baby. Do people with 2... Yes, we have one in the chat. Bagbot right here. Alright, use the owl song to teleport to the statue on Death Mountain. Use the Lens of Truth to get back to the cave where you got the Goron mask. Goron Link, get back of the slab in the middle. Cave and pull backwards to reveal a hidden hot spring. You can bottle the water with this from this spring and use it to unfreeze the frozen Goron. Start with the one outside, then go back and grab some more water. The spring water will turn into normal water if you don't use it in about a minute or so, so run as fast as you can from the cave to the next area. The one with the rope bridges. Smash the snowballs until you find a frozen old Goron and use the water to thaw it. You can't see to make it in time. You can use the water to melt the huge ice block over the hole on the hill in that area to get another hot spring. You can also use water from there to melt ice in the Goron village and talk to the big Goron, which is mentioned later. Talk to the unfrozen old Goron and you will learn part of the Goron's lullaby song. Return to the crying baby Goron and play that part of the song to learn the rest. Okay. That sounds easily doable. Yeah, Bagbot was born after 2000 and he is a teacher. That's how far we've come, guys. Just think about that. Let that sink in. If they said what's melee, that you just kick them out of your classroom. Yeah, I mean, I have a memory of 9/11 happening. I do not remember what specifically was going on when it happened. Your 9th graders know about melee? Don't talk to me if you don't know about Armada H-Box Grand Finals at EVO 2016. All right, so here's another difference. I just remembered this difference. So this is a difference between Japanese and English. So you'll notice if I'm like facing away from the camera here and I take off the Goron mask, Link actually turns to face the camera. No matter what direction I'm facing, when he puts on a transformation mask, he turns to face the camera. This is Japanese only. In English, this does not happen. But on Japanese, no matter what direction you're facing, you put on a transformation mask, you face towards the camera. This is changed in English, so you no longer automatically turn. Betsy, thanks for hanging around. I'll see you later. You're wearing an OT if it was a new Zelda game. Oh, that's sad. So this guy does not call this out, but this Goron Elder here is in different positions on each day. And in fact, on day 3, he's not even in Twin Islands. He's over by the owl statue in Mountain Village. Return to the crying baby Goron. Play that part of the song to learn the rest. Back to where the hot springs are, but look for another path leading out of the area. And then he's just telling us to go up the snowhead. Okay. I mean, he's an old guy. He's got a waggly old lip. When I was young, I thought it was a tongue, not his lip. I thought he was just so old that his tongue just doesn't stay in his mouth. What do you mean? It looks like a tongue. He's rocking out. Yeah, he's rocking out on his single drum. Listen, when you turn old and decrepit and your skin is full of like marks and stuff that you don't know where they came from, you'll sympathize with that Goron guy. Okay, see, we got other people. We also got people on Team Tongue here, all right? Well, it's not just me being weird. When I was a kid, I also noticed that if you punch, it restarts the baby's cry. I always thought that was really funny. Anyway, thank you for the first time chat room message to tell me I was right. That's how you know we're gonna have a good time here. Let's go Team No Kids. We will not be adding Kermit Gape. I'm sorry to all the Kermit Gape friends. We love Team No Kids here, yeah. Someone with kids, baby corn reminds you of your child, just screaming constantly. Where's my dad? Where's my dad? Yeah, me and my wife have wholly agreed that we do not have kids, and we are constantly reaffirmed by that fact. We are not, yeah. The song, we all need a Goron lullaby, to be honest. Why is falling asleep so difficult sometimes? He says as he chugs a Dr. Pepper at 10 p.m. every night. Go back to where the hot springs are, but look for another path leading out of the area. You will need to use Goron Link for the next area. Roll the gain speed when you're going your fastest. Use your wooden ramps to leap over the holes. The holes. Guys, we gotta leap over the holes here. Or you can just do this. That works too. Boo, stop it. Alright. When you get to the end of the next area, there's an owl statue you can use to get here at any time you want. Play the Goron lullaby here. And you are ready to advance on to the second dungeon. Just punch any snowballs that get in your way on the way up to the path of cave, but be careful not to fall off the ledge from the force of the impact. Oh yeah, the recoil. Yeah. There's a fairy fountain on the way up if you need it, or if you rescue all the fairies in this dungeon. Then we move on to Chapter 7, The Frozen Caverns of Snowhead. So he says to punch the snowballs. I think what this guide creator did was just walk up. Like, they didn't do Goron rolls. They just walked up and just punched the snowballs. But I don't have time for that, so we're just going to roll up. Whee. Uh-oh. No. I just barely touched the edge there. Well, I guess I did eventually have time for that. Yo, the lucky bomb drop. Nice. There, I did it. I punched a snowball. You guys happy? Yeah, that's what happens when I disobey the guy. It's true. That's instant karma. Alright, punch the icicles at the entrance and push the block forward to move on. Take the door on the right and roll across the bridge, gaining speed so you can jump over the middle part. You don't turn human if you fall, I think. I think you stay as Goron. I could be wrong. I'm gonna get frozen here. Nope. Okay. Game speed, you can jump over the middle part. Exit through the door against the left wall, not the one across a small gap. From the big room, find the room with the little bouncing fire skulls. You can hit a switch in here to release a fairy. Next, go back to the room with the bridge, leap across the gap, and go upstairs. Okay. You started out completely correct with this path here. I really shouldn't be like critically analyzing this guide for the routing choices they make. We're talking about Japanese versus English differences here. Yeah, it's gonna tell us to get the map here. Go back to the room with the bridge, leap across the gap, and go upstairs. There's a chest in this room that is the map, as well as a second fairy hiding in the quarry. Go back and jump down. Shoot an area at the bubble ledge to release a fairy. Go back up and roll into it, or hang off the ledge as normal link to grab it. Or we can just use Chapel Road. I'm sure if they had the knowledge of the Great Fairy, what the Great Fairy Mask actually does. And to their credit, like, again, they translated this guide from Japanese, so maybe they didn't get the whole rundown that it attracts fairies. Yeah, this is much easier than go back to the big room and go across to the door on the other side. Push the 2 blocks over the white area. Push them to make a chest appear overhead. Go back to where the box and open the chest for a key. Go back to the beginning. Take a left door that was locked before. So we're pulling this all the way, and we got the slow block pull. Look, a rando main's been spoiled by fast block pushing. It's so slow. The guide doesn't tell you to hook shot to the top. If only they knew about the hook shot that we definitely have at this point. If only they knew how to bomb damage boost to the Zora area to get the hook shot early. Alright, let's... Now it says to go back to the beginning and use the key on the left door. Yeah, how dare this guy who wrote this guide in the year 2000, less than 6 months after the game came out, didn't know about all these advanced speedrunning techniques that took people years to find. Alright. Locked door, there's a chest with a compass. Bomb the wall at the end of the room and continue on. Yeah, hopefully my power doesn't go out again in the Snowhead Temple. Thank you, Jimmy. This has been a fun, casual experience. Use Link with the bunny hood to jump from pillar to pillar in this room. Use the bunny hood, baby. When you see a white stain of ice on the wall, jump towards it and you will go through the wall and find a fairy. Jump from that ledge with the fairy to the next ledge. And finally, the last ledge. Does he not know about the icicles that you can use to break the ice? To get a key. And use that on the locked door in this room. Great. In the next room, stomp on the gold block. Goron Link, then jump over to the other side. Jump on the blue one. You really think that's blue? Looks more green to me, but alright. Yeah, Jimmy, I was so sad to lose that bingo race to the power outage. And the power was out for like 3 hours afterwards. It was really sad. Green one. And then the raised gold platform. Jump on that. Use normal link to jump on the raised blue one and back onto the ledge. Go through the door. Roll over and jump a cap. Oh, I thought he was just going to say jump over the gap in the bridge, and it would have been ambiguous enough that I could have done the skip here, but no. He says to jump over the gap, then roll over the steep part of the wall, and then jump over that bridge. Okay. Time for a tricky little mini-boss. Alright, so this mini-boss, when I was a kid, I didn't actually own this game for a while, but I had a friend who did, and he had to call me over to help him with this boss because he couldn't do it. And he tried to use arrows, which are pretty slow on Wizrobe. So he will teleport to one of the corners of the room, then spin his rod and try to freeze you. After you hit him twice, a clone will appear, and they will both switch teleporters once before the real one attacks. No big deal, just punch him with Goron Link 3 times to defeat him. After he's dead, you will pick up the fire arrows. Okay. So just punch him, the guide says, which is fine. That's kind of the fast way to beat him, so I won't complain. But yeah, you can just roll up to him with Goron. The one frame. Oh. Fun fact, look at the minimap. You can see the red dot that tells you where the real one is. Look at the red dot on the minimap that tells me he's diagonally across from me. Now you can melt whatever ice gets in your way. If you go back to the previous locked door by the entrance, there are 2 fairies in the following room. You can melt the ice in there for a block and a switch. Use the block first to leap up and go back to the room where a chest appeared overhead to board to get that one. Step on the switch and use the block to get the chest that appears for 2. Find and melt all the ice blocks you can. No, don't make me... You have to make me melt all of them? Oh my god. Okay, we'll go back to this room. Oops. Alright, whatever. Don't worry about that. Melt all the ice blocks you can. If you say so, guide. He says to get on top of this block and go back to this room. Just to get this fairy. Which I guess this has to be the intended way to do this, right? And then we hit step on the switch and use the block. Oh, it remelts this ice. Lol. Huh? Did you see that? The arrows pointed straight up. That's funny. I've never done that before. I think it's because I pulled out the bow while I was like mid-roll, and so it had a weird angle. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Brother. I'm gonna die here. Dude, I'm learning so much new stuff about MM today. Alright, what's next? Baby Ryoga. Find him out all the ice blocks you can. The room you are looking for is one with many raised platforms and statues that spit ice at you. I know what Ruby's talking about. He did say to find and melt as many ice blocks as we can. Thank you for the clip, Ganon. Wow, how did he know there was an ice block up there? That's crazy. Kill all the monsters for 2 fairies. Oh, no, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Room you're looking for. As many raised platforms. And statues that spit ice at you. Kill all the statues, jump over the door that is shut, shoot fire arrows, and light all the torches to open the door. In the next room, stomp the switch with Goron Link. Go back to the room near the beginning where you had to roll across the bridge for the first time in here and kill everything now that you have fire arrows for a key. Alright, I'm just going to open this chest now. I don't want to come back here later. I assume the guide kind of implies that you open this chest. I cannot remember the last time I've raised this pillar, by the way. This is very easy to skip this pillar. Move up when you can. You might need to use... Oh. Yeah, okay. I know what he's telling me to go back to the other freezered room. Gotta go this way. Just get a refill of a couple things here. Alright. Leap to the door on the ledge and jump on the pillar in the room. Kill the statue with a fire arrow, then hit the switch with one. If you say so. I know how to skip killing the statue, but... It's interesting seeing some of the names he comes up for. So these are called freezards in the English version. But, I assume he... Whatever, method they used to translate, they didn't bother, you know, figuring out every single enemy name and just came up with some of them. So that was just the, you know, the ice statue, which makes sense. Like ice sculpture, ice statue makes sense. In the central pillar room, move up when you can. You might need to use the wall to roll with Goron Link. Okay. When you get to the, so he's not telling me to hit any of the discs. But yeah, we can go through all these rooms. So I guess we're just going through all these rooms here. So this is actually pretty close to how I think you would do in Intended Percent, which is the most coveted of all speedrun categories for Majora's Mask, of course. But yeah, you would have this pillar just lets you cross the gap for free. Oh, it's kill all the monsters. Oh, excuse me. When you get to the top floor, roll down and unlock the door in the room. Kill all the monsters for 2 fairies and onto the mini boss. I need to go back and kill the Dinophos. It's the same one as before, just with more teleporters, more clones, and 4 hits instead of 3. I think it's actually the same number of hits. I think it's 4 no matter what. But also, let's do the speedrun strat here. Easy. Wrong way. Alright, so let's go back and kill those 2 Dinophos for stray fairies. So now it says, at this point, you'll need to go to the central pillar room and punch away all of the blue sections. After you've done that, go back up to where the final locked door was. Oh, whoops. I think I need to go down one more. Yeah. Honestly, like, so much of this guide is like, I'm amazed at how much they were able to figure out. Again, a game that is not written in their language. They were able to translate it, and a lot of like really obscure game knowledge they were able to figure out like right away, which is really cool. And back up to the final lock door was, which is right here. Roll up and cross the pillar, climb up the stairs. Use Goron Link to roll over the gap. Okay, so we're on to the boss now. What is this translated from? They had a Japanese copy of the game before the English version even came out. The final update day for this guide is marked as 10/09/2000, which is either October 9th or September 10th. Either way, it's a couple weeks before the English version came out. All right, the boss is called Goto, which I assume is just the literal translation of the text here, even though in English it's goat with an H. A rather fun boss to if he tells me to go chase goat with Goron Mask. Use Goron Link and roll to follow him up the endless tunnels. Oh my god. So here's a fun little difference. Here's a fun little difference about goat in Japanese versus English. And this does actually have implications in how you fight him in the speedrun sense. The position that Link ends up in after this cutscene, like when the boss fight actually starts, is slightly different in Japanese versus English, and it actually affects what you're able to do. In English, Link actually gets knocked over there by Goat, gets damaged, but you notice there in Japanese, Link just walked to the side and was not like recoiled back by Goat. And that positioning is actually really important for one of the cycles you need to make for the bow and arrow strat, which is what you do in the speedrun. But this guide says, roll to follow him through the endless tunnels. When you run low on magic, just hit one of the pots. Avoid the rocks when you hit him. Try to dodge left and right because he will spit a bolt at you. Yep, the bolt. When you hit him enough, he will fall down. It's actually, if you hit him in the air is what makes him fall down. Like that. Fall down and then get up and run faster. This time you'll also throw bombs, which hurt to be hit by. Just ram him a few more times to turn this bull into a veil. Oh my god. It is, you need to hit him 30 times with Goron Roll. Yeah, the person was playing it in Japanese and they translated it so they could write the guide in English. No. Die. That didn't work. Interesting how he refers to him as a bull despite the fact that the boss's name is Goto. Alright. Grab the heart container and the area will thaw out. Death Mountain is back to normal. Finding all the fairies, even though I barely found half, in this dungeon will get you double magic, and if you bring them back to the fairy outside down the mountain a tiny ways. Okay, so I'm just assuming that like a lot of the weird ordering in this is just like their casual playthrough, that they just found the fairies in that order and that's how they chose to write the guide rather than go back and edit it and come up with a route or anything. Like they're not going to bother to do that. They got things to do. So they're just going to write the walkthrough the way they ran through. But I know where the rest of the fairies are, so I'll just go back in and grab them real quick. All right. Routing is for losers. No, routing is for losers who have nothing better to do with their time. All right, let me read this. So I am going to try to route this in a way that I can get the Gilded Sword. Let's see here. Chapter 8, Death Mountain comes back to life. There are many side quests you can complete. First thing is a blacksmith. He's in the building right by the owl statue on Death Mountain. For 100 rupees, you will upgrade your sword to level 2. You will lose the sword, level 2 sword, if you go back, though, so read on to find out how to get the level 3 one, which is permanent. Note that does not mention that you also lose the razor sword after 100 slashes, but that's fine. And it's not that too important. You can also go back to the cave right by Goron Village as a Goron, and the big Goron there will give you a big bomb. Take this bomb as fast as you can outside and back to the other side of the rope bridges. Throw it up the hills in the beginning of the area and let it blow up big rock up there. But I can't spend 100 rupees because I don't have 100 rupees. Here, I'll just get the wallet. I know how to get the wallet. They probably talk about it later on in the guide, but we can just go get the wallet right now and get the razor sword before it turns day 2. How many rupees do I have in the bank? I guess I can just grab. I know I can do. I think I'd put 66 in there, so I need to go grab the 40 that's over here. Yeah, we'll get the razor sword real quick here. Shut up. I'm glad that the dialogue tree there is the same in English as it is in Japanese. Because if you say yes to him when you have the bomber's notebook, and he just starts yapping at you. Or I guess, no, it's if you don't have the bomber's notebook or you're in one of the transformation forms. Otherwise, if you do have the bomber's notebook, you actually want to say yes. The rules are very strict and very important and very specific. Luckily, I have enough time here to get the adult wallet before night 1 is up. It's not mentioned in the guide, but you can only get the gilded sword if you turn the razor sword, or you turn in the normal sword on day 1. If you do it on day 2, then you lose the opportunity to get the gilded sword in that cycle, and you have to do the whole thing over again. Let's see here while we do this. You can also go back to the cave right by Goron Village as a Goron, and the big Goron there will give you a big bomb. Take this bomb as fast as you can outside and back to the other side of the rope bridges. Throw it up the hills in the beginning of that area and let it blow up the big rock there. If you blow that big rock, you're able to buy more big bombs from the big Goron. Behind the first rock you blow up are the Goron races. Hold on a sec here. If Death Mountain is currently thought out, you can compete as Goron. Like, hold on, I need to do Smithy before it turns to... I'm autopiloting here. I'll just let the time tick here. You can compete as Goron Link. First place will get you a second bottle item to use, as well as the contents of that jar, which you can use at the blacksmith after you've upgraded your sword once. If you upgrade the sword and do not bring the jar back to the blacksmith, the upgrade will vanish if you use the ocarina to go back to day 1. You must get the sword upgraded on day 1, and then bring the jar to him on day 2, as it takes time. Also, if you go back, the mountain will freeze over again. If you go back and Death Mountain freezes over again, you can just ocarina to the owl at Snowhead, and use the teleporter in the first room of the cave to skip right to the boss again. Okay. Okay. Very cool. So yeah, we'll do the Goron race, we'll do the whole keg thing, and we'll get the gilded sword. Why the heck not? Let's go do the Goron race. So I hear a lot of people say this. A lot of people say that they prefer the design of the razor sword to the gilded sword. I think the attached sword, like the double kind of blade there, is like a really cool design. I believe I'm in the minority in that I actually think the gilded sword is the coolest sword in the game. I have a tattoo of the gilded sword. I love it so much. I am a complete opposite opinion. I think the gilded sword looks way better than the razor sword. But I hear so many people say they like the design of the razor sword better. So I think I'm in the minority there. I love that this is referred to as Big Bomb and not I love that this is referred to Big Bomb and not Powder Keg in the guide. I mean, it is just a big bomb. No, not the durability part. Nobody likes weapon durability. Yeah, the Helix sword from FD. Yeah. Nice, good backwalk. All right, let's get bridge pixeled here. Interesting, this guide also does not talk about how garbage the Goron race is. Or, the guide also does not mention getting bridge pixeled, so hopefully that doesn't happen to me. Will I get bridge pixeled? Nope. No bridge pixel today. Nice. First place will get you a second bottle item to use. Alright, hopefully Goron Race does not take me a million tries. Even as a speedrunner of this game, those who know that this race is absolute garbage. Like, one of the worst minigames in... just in general. Like, not even just Majora's Mask, just like... the whole franchise, yeah. Brother, I was in the middle of the pots, and I didn't get a magic refill. Or I did get a magic refill again. That's amazing. I need this jar right here. I didn't get it in time. I'm amazed that neither of those gave me the magic refill. And I hit the tree. I've not played Skyward Sword, so I cannot comment on how bad the minigames are there. Oh my god. Yep. I don't know if there's another one ahead of me. I can catch up to this one, I think. So the thing about this minigame is that it's pretty egregious in its rubber banding, but it rubber bands in both directions. So if you fall behind early, then you actually, it's easier for you to catch up. So you'll see a lot of people who will fall behind early and then win the race still because the Gorons slow down to allow you to catch up. So even though it rubber bands pretty badly in both directions, or even though it rubber bands bad in one direction, it does the exact same in the other way. So yeah, luckily we were able to still win that. All right, let's see here. You can also do the big bomb quest if you have the fire arrows and have not completed the cave yet, but doing so this way will not allow you to compete in the races until the mountain is thawed out. You can also get a piece of meat by... Oh, now he tells me about Donjuro? Oh my god. He gives you the Ribbits mask. So this is interesting, and I might confirm this later. So it's referred to as the Ribbit mask, and I actually think I know why. Why it's referred to that in the guide. So in English, obviously, the mask is called the Donjuro mask. I believe that like the use of the word Jero there, or Guro, is like based in the fact that like, because like in English the noise that a frog makes is ribbit, right? But I'm pretty sure in Japanese the equivalent like sound that is used for frogs is kero or jero. I think it's like a similar sound. And my frame of reference for this is the frog girl in My Hero Academia, who says Kero Kero all the time because she's a frog, right? And she's going ribbit ribbit. So I believe there's like a connection there between Donjuro and that being like the sound that the frog makes. So maybe they saw that the name was like Donjuro, or however you would say it in Japanese, and said, oh, that's just the ribbit noise, so it's the ribbit mask. Yeah. And yeah, Kero Kero Cola is Super Mario RPG, which got retranslated in the remake to Croca-Cola, which honestly, like, goated retranslation right there. Croca-Cola is such a good pun. We'll get the Gilded Sword. I'm gonna get the rest of the fairies in Snowhead. Gilded Sword, in my opinion, the best looking sword in the game. It's not the best sword in the game, but it is the best looking. The Ribbits mask. If you have the Zora mask, you can grab a piece of heart in a chest that is now underwater. It is on the same map as the Goron races are. Just watch out for the annoying skeleton fish monsters that now swim around the area. We're going to have to come back for that one. We're going to have to come back for that one, sadly, because there's no way for me to get, at least with the way this guide is written, there's no way for me to get Zora Massive Cycle. I could cheat and get it, but I'm not going to. Oh my god, I made the same mistake again. Uh-oh. I don't want to go in there. Alright, I'm going to get the rest of the stray fairies as quickly as I can. They said in the guide they weren't able to find the rest of the stray fairies, but it's fine. I know where the rest are. So I'll just go grab them now. We'll get that. We'll get double magic, and then I think I'm gonna reset my cycle, and then I might take a small break. So I've been streaming for 4 hours, overworking, as they say. This guy should give me a magic refill. Arrow refill is fine too. Oh, the pillar's still in the way, huh? Here, I'm just gonna... Can I long jump from here? I guess we're gonna find out. I don't think this is gonna reach. Uh-oh. I can fix this. I can fix this. I could also just hit the switch. But I need to know now if a long jump will actually reach. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this is going so far. I hope you guys are enjoying this too. I hope you guys Okay, I think I could grab the ledge there. I'm gonna try it one more time. Yeah, I hope this stream has been enjoyable for you guys so far. It's been fun little experiment here. Dude. Did I forget how to gain her? Like, what the heck? I think if I don't jump slash, I can make this. No, you cannot reach it. Okay. Good to know. I'll just lower the pillar. I didn't realize it like resets the discs too. That's pretty neat though. Where's the last one? Because there's one here in this next room. Oh, there's the one in the crate that they didn't find. Okay. Yeah, we can just go get the crate one real quick. That work? That not work? Oops. Oops. Not yet. Yeah, there's the last one. Okay, nice. All right, let's get double magic. Fun little difference. You guys probably know this, but in MM3D they actually swapped the rewards, the fairy rewards between Snowhead and Woodfall, so that you get double magic for clearing the Snowhead stray fairies. What's up, Frank? How you doing? This fun little stream they're doing. I'm actually just about to take a break here, but I'll go on BRB, go get some water, go take a little rest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a small little break here. I've done basically everything I can. This is finishable. I think this is probably going to be a 2-day stream. I'm probably gonna go offline around like 6 p.m. Eastern, but I'll be back. I'll be back in just a bit. Give me like 5-10 minutes. I'll see you guys on the flip. How we doing? I was thirsty, so I went down to the convenience store. I got a Dr. Pepper and a Fanta Orange. I did not do the activities that you mentioned in the chat room. Anyway, let me put my camera back on. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Hello. We'll restart the timer. As a reminder, guys, this is a stream where I'm playing through Majora's Mask using a guide that was written before the game released in English. So it was translated using the Japanese version. And I'm streaming this, just a full playthrough. It'll eventually be turned into a YouTube video. Speaking of, this is my first ever stream I'm doing on YouTube as well as Twitch. So you can follow me on Twitch if you're watching from YouTube, twitch.tv/Vidya. And on YouTube, I am Vidya James. You can chat wherever you want. Hello to everybody watching from YouTube. Hello to everybody watching from Twitch. Love you all. Thank you for being a part of this. All right, Chapter 9, Link's Best Friend. After you've completed the Time Bomb quest, hopefully with time to spare on day 1. No, I did not do that. Get another Big Mom from the Big Goron and use the Ocarina to get the hell on Milk Road. You can also buy one from the Goron in Clock Town, which is what we'll do after we reset time. Detonate the Super Bomb next to the Big Rock that blocks the Low Money Ranch and enter on the first day. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. There's a couple things we're leaving behind. There's the Springtime Heart piece. There's the Don Jero mask. Sorry, the Ribbit mask. There's also the boat archery that we never did. Man, I love Dr. Pepper. All right, let's get this here. Oops. Yeah, the advantage of living in a big city. I'm certainly not complaining. Buy a powder keg. Yeah, it's unfortunate if you live in like some like suburb where you need a car to exist as a human being. Truly unfortunate. Imagine having your infrastructure set up for walkability. Alright, detonate the super bomb next to the big rock that blocks the running wrench and enter the first day. Talk to the little girl and you have to ride Epona, shoot down 10 balloons. Think you were supposed to do this in under a minute or two, so it might take a little practice. Here's a little secret I'll let you in on. Actually, 2 secrets. Okay, first secret is in this, on the Japanese version, the camera just zooms in to Epona, and then we're just back to where the cutscene started. Like, we're just all the way back here. On the English version, there's a second part of the cutscene where Link actually walks over right to the fence, and you end the cutscene like right in front of the fence with Epona. So that is number 1. Secret number 2 is if you take 2 minutes on the Romani game, the game just ends and you get a Epona song anyway. So you don't actually need to clear all the 10 balloons. But the fact that they were able to discern that she tells you, like, you need to do it in under a certain time limit. Yeah, if you live in rural, like rural anywhere basically, stargazing is super nice. I was at a friend's cottage in the middle of nowhere last week, which is why I wasn't streaming that much for the last week, but the stargazing was super, super beautiful. There are plenty parts of Canada that have the exact same walkability problem as major sections of the US. And there are sections of the US that are just as walkable as where I live in Canada. Worth noting, I live in the largest city in the country, so even though, you know, our infrastructure compared to like other parts of the world are not great, for North American standards, I think it's pretty dang good. I will absolutely take walkability over, you know, being able to see stargazing. All right. When you do it right, she will teach you a Pona song. If you cannot find her, it is already probably day 2. You will need to go back and get there on day 1. You can also do a little side quest here for a 3rd bottle if you have the logbook. If you have the logbook, it involves keeping all the ghosts away from the barn until daybreak of day 2. Wait until night 1 of day 1 falls, and wait outside of the barn until about 2 a.m. Romani will come out and walk into the barn, follow her, and after a few more seconds, a whole bunch of Poes will appear. You can only kill them with a shot from the arrow, and the only way to get more arrows is to pick up what one drops. If one of them makes it close enough to the barn, you will lose, and the cows and Romani will be abducted. If you can hold off the Poes long enough, you will get yourself a 3rd bottle. The key to winning this minigame is to watch the locations of the dots on the map. We don't have the map, but it's fine. Sometimes a Poe will sneak up from behind the house, so you need to kill it before it reaches the back. If you complete this task, you can come back the next day and talk to the older sister for another little challenge. You will have to help her deliver the milk by using your bow and arrows. If you win this little game, you will get a Romani's mask for her. Alright, so we'll do this. I'm going to make it night 1 right now just so I can set up for aliens and Cremia. Unless, does he tell me to go do Gorman race right now? No, we'll do that. We'll do that later. But yeah, we'll go skip ahead here and then set up for aliens Cremia with my time of day. With Epona, you can reach some new areas by leaping over fences. Go to the beachy area on the northwest corner of the main map. Jump over your fences in your way to get to Great Bay. It is good to have a map of this area, so if you don't, you might get lost easily. Have a map? Okay. We'll see what I can do about that. Why don't I kill Takuri? Just farm some quick money here. I have Gilded Sword, so shouldn't be that bad. Oops. Oh, the lag here is phenomenal, dude. Look at the frame rate right now. Oh my god. What a good video game. Alright, I'll do what the guide says and buy a map. See here, Monday night bingo at 7 p.m. tonight. If people can join this, will be considered a seating. Okay, maybe I'll join the bingo race tonight. I can get redemption for that race I should have won the other day. Even though I definitely won't have a repeat. Maybe the one on Milk Road. Oops. Okay, well, I'll grab the one here. It's fine. Walk along the beach until... Wait. Walk along the beach until the change to take a hint for your fairy comes. She will point out a Zora person in the water with seagulls floating overhead. Swim out to the Zora and try to talk to him. When that doesn't work, get behind him and push him over to land. I'm doing rando. Remember, you don't go into this grotto. I don't know why I'm playing like a rando player. All right, so here is another interesting difference between Japanese and English. On the Japanese version, to push Mikau to shore, you just like swim into him and you just like nudge him. And you see I can like move around and like nudge him. On the English version, you actually have to press A and hold on to him. And you basically, you grab him like a push block and you push him all the way to the shore. But this has an unintended like kind of weird consequence where if you grab him too close to the shore, and the cutscene where he starts walking starts up as you grab him, you can actually pick him up in this cutscene and you'll soft lock, which is really unfortunate if it happens. Another interesting tidbit, this cutscene of him walking, everybody knows the Mweep cutscene from Ocarina of Time, where like King Zora like moves across to the side, he mweeps all the way to the left, and everyone lambasts it for how long it is. This cutscene of Mikau walking here is longer than the Mweep cutscene. If you can believe it, it is longer. You can go and time it. The Mweep is shorter than Mikau running across the beach here. Oh, I was supposed to talk. The guide says you have to talk to him. He plays... When he comes to, he will play a song and shouts out a few words, baby, before collapsing. Play the Song of Healing, and you will go through a short cutscene that will end in Link getting the Zora mask. Now that you have the Zora mask, you can get a heart container by defeating the monster at the bottom of the waterfall on the next map over. Be careful, it is hard to fight underwater, and this monster can suck you up and sometimes steal things. Oh no. There's also an empty house with a cracked wall. Bomb that wall, and you find a second set of 30 golden spiders. I will come back to that later in chapter 15. Okay. What chapter are we on now? 10? Okay. 5 chapters away. See here. There's another heart piece. Back on Death Mountain, if it is thawed. In the room with the rope bridges and Goron races, there's a chest on the ground underwater that Zora Link can open. You can skip the next chapter and save it for later, or do it now. The order you do some of the next events is not very important. Okay, so he says this is Iconic Graveyard. Boss is Big Skeleton. Let's go. Let me see. Does he want me to go all the way up to... Oh, he wants me to do the Big Poe. The Dompe bottle. Interesting. Here. I'll try to like... I'll try to like get through some of the like extra stuff he's talking about here. So he says to go get the like HP. So I'll go do that now. The order of operations here might get a little messy, but it's fine. Oops. So as I mentioned earlier, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but Japanese Zora swimming is a little bit different. The best way I can describe it is like, so you're just floating along here, right, as a Zora. And if you want to swim, you would press A and then like he does that little like loop and then he starts swimming, right? And then you can like move around, you can change direction. On the Japanese version, the angle that you press A, the angle you're facing when you press A, you are locked into that direction for like a full second before you can start turning. So like I'm gonna press A and then I'll press A and then I'll hold straight left. And you see how it takes me like a second to like actually turn left. So yeah, we call it JP swimming, as Feely points it out. So there, I'm like holding like full left as I start swimming, and it takes me like, you know, you see it's a big left, like a big wide left turn. The same if I hold like back, like it takes a long time before he starts turning. On the English version, if I were to do this, you would turn left like right away. And it just takes like playing one or the other for a little bit, and then you'll instantly realize how different it is, like how hard it is to turn around in the Japanese version. The other big difference is that if I'm just floating here, I'm pressing the R button, nothing happens. You have to be in the act of swimming, and actually look at how long it takes before it activates. So I'm just gonna hold R here, press A, and then it finally activates at like a second after I start swimming, which is quite wild as well. And yeah, it is, there's some people, there's some weirdos who love JP swimming, and there's normal people who think that English swimming is a lot better. So. All right, let's go do Donjuro real quick here. Thank you, Feely. Appreciate you stopping by. So this guide talks about Donjuro. It doesn't say anything specifically about how you're supposed to do it. So I'm just going to do it the quick way. Sigma. Oracle of Ages anything is a controversial topic in this chat room. So normally you have to like light all the torches here, and then it lights up the chandelier at the top. But if you have fire arrows, then you can just shoot one directly at the chandelier here, and it automatically lights up. And so I did a little positional setup here, so I know exactly which one has the steak in it. Or excuse me, the rock sirloin, as it's known. Yeah, cheating? What the heck? Like I said, the guide doesn't tell me to do it a specific way, so we're doing it my way. Oh no, the inverted cam. Actually cheating. Yeah, it looks so delicious, man. Anybody want to go to a steakhouse with me? John, you want to hit up the keg one of these days? Yeah, a lot of people who are just like, I can't believe you would cheat through this game and, you know, not play it legitimately. Oh, Kegel, come on. Wait, dude, that's actually such a good idea. We already have Keg W. Why is there not Okegolol? This actually needs to happen. Yeah, like that emote, Keg W, except it's an Omega lol. Alright, we got the ribbit mask. Yeah, thanks to Brari. Alright, the guide tells me, do aliens. So I will do aliens. And here, it also told me to pick up some maps from the Milk Road tingle here. Dude, I never hit the owl statue in Great Bay. Oh well. You walked by the keg on the Friday night, and they have security guards for their patio? That's crazy. I think the keg is a Canadian chain, right? It's not in the US at all. Hold on a sec here. It is, okay. A few in the States at this point, but it is a Canadian chain. Nice. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, I do not go there very often because Maria does not eat red meat. Sweet Pichu, this is a GameFAQs guide. This is a GameFAQs guide that was written before the English release of Majora's Mask. It is written by somebody who translated a Japanese copy of the game and posted it on GameFAQs before the English version came out. Yeah. And so we're playing it. We're following this guide as closely as we can without losing my mind. Yeah, Cheat CC. Who remembers that website? Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not confident enough to go for barn shot, so not truly optimal alien gaming, but, you know, close enough. Alright, let's go back here. Yeah. Monty will come out, follow her, a whole bunch of Poes will appear. You can only kill them with a shot from the arrow. The only way to get more arrows is to pick up one and drops. If one of them makes it close enough to the barn, you lose. You can hold out the Poes long enough, you will get yourself a third bottle, which you just did. There are dots on the map. Sometimes a Poe will sneak up from behind the house. You complete this task, you come back the next day and talk to the older sister for another little challenge. You have to help her deliver the milk by using your bow and arrows. Yeah, it was a little close. As long as you can get like the two on the side, I'm pretty confident in getting the rest of them. But the main thing is that I've just never practiced barn shot. I'm sure if I were to just open up KZ and give it a couple goes, I'm sure it would be fine. But I'm also a 2-bottle Andy when I run glitchless, so, you know, aliens is just like, it doesn't exist. Aliens just does not exist. Hashtag is barn shot a glitch. Is that an actual command in some people's chats? That's really funny if it is. Oh, it's in Beast chat? That's funny. I'm probably going to enter the bingo race tonight, by the way. I'm not confident I'll be able to repeat, because the row that I had in yesterday's bingo race was literally just glitchless with extra steps. Like, it was really funny. Like glitchless, like, amended a little bit up to goat. Like 100%. And I'm really sad that I lost it too. Literally, there was a fire a couple blocks down and it shut off the power for like my entire neighborhood. a little annoyed, but it's whatever. It's probably for the best that I don't get overseeded in the bingo tournament. Man, I would have won that race. It would have been cool. I would have felt really good about myself. Yeah. Everybody knows who should have won. Yeah, get a UPS. Yeah, sub goal to get a UPS so I never lose a run to power outages again. Get your bow ready, boy. Warner Brothers are Giga Chads, yeah. They sure are, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. We'll hang out for a few seconds, and then we'll be back. We'll be good to go again. No, the milk. You get a Romani mask. Hooray. Alright. So I think I'm just gonna... I'm gonna get that one last heart piece it talked about. By clearing... Just so that I wrap up everything. I'm not, like, backtracking through the guide a whole bunch. There's one more heart piece it mentions. But I need to clear Snowhead a second time. Which is fine. I'll just do the fast kill on Goat. And then I'll reset. We can go do Iconic Graveyard. More places than just the beach open once you can leap with Epona. Go east of Clocktown and hop over the fence of the area with all the bomb-wielding rats. The bomb-wielding rats, of course. Instead of going straight, turn and exit north to get to the graveyard-type area. Make sure you first come here at night, go to the big skeleton that is asleep under the archway in the house, play the Awake Santa, and prepare for an interesting battle. Yeah, that's one of the things. He refers to it as the Awake Sanata with an A and not an O. So I've been calling it the Awake Santa. And I'm assuming part of that is just like literally translating the Japanese characters. I assume it would be like the Japanese word for sonata is sanata. But Awake Santa is much funnier. We're like halfway through this guide already. Like, pretty wild. Alright, so I talked about earlier how what this fight does in the beginning is different between English and Japanese. Because here, in the English version, Goat actually knocks and damages Link over, and you look here, Link just like moves out of the way and doesn't get damaged. And so it makes it, you're like much closer to the position where you would fire off arrows, so it is possible. I might be bad here, but you can do 5-10 here. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting 5-10. I'll do 1-5-9. No. Oh, on 1.0 JP, he does get knocked over? Interesting. That's really weird. But yeah, WeVC is all 1.1, right? So... But yeah, I do actually have a... I have a 1.0 JP cart. But yeah, 1.0 JP versus 1.1 has like very minuscule differences. One of the things is like the ocarina dive difference. It's like the easiest way to tell if you have a 1.0 cart. There's also Georg's remains, for whatever reason, are like slightly off center on the pause screen on 1.0. So if you have a file with Georg's remains, you can just like pause and look and see, oh yeah, that's 1.0. What are the ocarina dive differences? I can't remember if it's... Feely probably knows this, but what is it? It's like in one version, like the ocarina dive like works as you would imagine. Like if you do a bomb hover and pull out ocarina, then you fall down, and then is it the other? You is it like you instantly fall or you don't fall? I don't remember exactly what it is. I would need to check. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this, but there's like something you can do to like test if it's... Here, let me see what happens here if I try to do an ocarina dive. Oh, okay, yeah. It's... If you do an ocarina dive on 1.0, Link will actually pull out the ocarina as he does the dive. And on 1.1, you just fall like that without actually pulling ocarina. So it's like an OOT ocarina dive on 1.0. Whereas here you just fall without pulling the ocarina out. And I'll be right back. I just need to grab... I got a second drink. I'm going to grab it from the fridge. Eesh. I just stubbed my toe on my own chair because I am a careful and not clumsy at all. Yeah, fridge. I added a second. You just add like a million extra syllables to the end of it. All right. More places than just the beach open up once you can leap with Epona. Go east of Clocktown, hop over the fence. I'm going to grab a bomb drop first, but we'll go do that. Drop, please. No? Yeah. And then we'll make it night. The guide says make sure to go there at night. Let's make it night. There's this interesting dynamic here. And admittedly, that the guide does say like what the order that you do things in here. Like he says, you can skip the graveyard chapter and save it for later. But the graveyard chapter just says fight Kita and then get the Song of Storms, and then do the Dompe bottle, which requires, it's basically a 3-day commitment at this point. And I guess just like when I think about like a casual playing this game, and by that I don't mean that in like a derogatory sense, I just mean somebody who doesn't have speedrun experience and is just like doing their casual own playthrough. I kind of make this assumption of like, oh yeah, maybe they do things, you know, like a little bit differently, like there's some strats they don't know about, but like the routing and stuff, I just kind of make this assumption that like, yeah, they know what they're doing and they're able to like efficiently route stuff out. And I'm looking at this and I'm reminded that like, no, when casual people play this game, they're just like resetting time all over the place, making things super inefficient and forgetting stuff and going backtracking a whole bunch. And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot. There's you know, there's a little bit more nuance to it than just, you know, what effectively would amount to an intended percent playthrough, as we'd like to refer it now. It's not even that. And again, it's no disrespect to this guide. It's just giving me a interesting reminder into how a true casual playthrough of this game would look like. Yeah. I guess I didn't read the Kita section here. You will try to run away, and as he runs further up the path, flames will block your path and skeletons will appear. Wear the bunny hood. Oh, I guess I didn't do that, but that's okay. And target him right when the fight starts. Hit him in the back with a normal arrow, run up a bit when he's stunned, and try to keep him stunned with arrows. While fighting the little skeletons with your sword, if he gets too far ahead to shoot, you will probably need to leave and try again. Once you get close enough to hit him with your sword, the real fight will start and no more flames will appear. He takes a lot of hits, but is really not a problem to kill. After he's hit maybe 20 times or so, that didn't feel like 20, you'll start to jump and try to land on Link. Just avoid the shadow when you see it appear and strike some more. After you beat the big skeleton, you will get a new mask. Wear this mask and talk to the skeletons down the path a bit. Choose the second choice and jump down the hole that opens. The second choice, alright. Leap across a few gaps and kill all the bats in the next room with Deku Link. Use fire arrows to light the torches and the doors will open. Yeah, trying to learn the world and like explore it for yourself and learn all the like backstories and stuff. And we have to remember this guy was written with, you know, someone who's not a native Japanese speaker, someone who was able to translate the game. They were able to figure out like, oh, you have to fight this guy, get this mask, and then talk to the Style kids who are down the graveyard, and then they'll acknowledge you. And like they just worked that out on their own. So they were able to get like the lore and like all how the interactions work without actually speaking the language, which is really, really cool. How goes the FAQ? I think we're having a good time with this. I think people are enjoying this little translated romp. Sure is the routing is certainly a thing, but we're getting through it. I'd say we're about halfway through the guide. How did our friend Baby Ryoga do? So, I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I've noticed that they are still somewhat active in that they actually had a login to GameFAQs 2 years ago. So they're not, they didn't just like, you know, I'm sure they're off doing like literally anything else with their life, but you know, they're still using the account that they did when they were, you know, 25 years ago, which is pretty neat. I do really wish I could get into contact with them, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. The game says to kill all the bats, or the guide says to kill all the bats and then use fire arrows to light these torches. Maybe I could email them and just be like, hey, you still around? You still alive? Do you remember writing this? Oh yeah, I should probably read. Yeah, this guy is easy, but one error can cost you 4 to 5 hearts a hit. First, target the statue before it starts moving and hit it, then quickly back up. Keep it targeting and wait for it to miss. If it slashes twice, leap and hit it once. If it takes a big lunge and misses, hit it twice while it pulls its axe up. Okay, well I hit it 3 times, but after a few hits, part of his armor will break off and he move twice as fast and get hard at this point. Just try to stay as far away from it as possible. You might also want to only attack when he does a lunge, but be careful, he can do it quicker and with longer range. Curious as his background, like where from, how they got the game. Yeah. I'd be interested to know like the context behind this guide. Okay, and try to attack with regular slashes rather than leap slashes. When you win, you can climb up the stairs and to target the stone to learn the Song of Storms. You don't actually have to climb up the stairs. You can target it from down here. Oh, is that how it works? You have to mash? Hold on. Because I did it earlier. Oh, nice. Not exactly what I wanted to do. But yeah, I just pressed Ocarina once and you fell without pulling out Ocarina. Learn the Song of Storms. If you come back on the second night and talk to the skeletons, you will get a hole. Oh, bro, a hole? Excuse me? You will get a hole that leads to some rupees. Try putting on the lens of truth and going through the door that appears. In the invisible... It'll be in... Sorry. In the next area, there will be invisible bats and spiders and an invisible pathway to walk across. Yeah, like that. Yeah, you need to press Ocarina 2 frames in a row. Alright, we'll make it day 2 now. Yeah, not even opening the chest that has like what? It's like a couple rupees, I'm not even sure. Come back on the second night and talk to the skeletons. You will get a hole that leads to some rupees, and then we use the lens. Lens o' truth. Bro, we're almost at line 420 of the guide. Let's go. Yeah, Jackson, the amount of stuff they were able to figure out without like being a native Japanese speaker is truly impressive. Look at that. There's a hole. In the next area, there will be invisible bats and spiders and an invisible pathway. If you use the lens of truth. Oh my god, read this, guys. Listen to this. If you use the lens of truth for just a second, then turn it off, no magic will be wasted. So you can just push the button it's assigned to rapidly and not worry about using it for too long. Dude, this guy figured this out right away. That's crazy. He knew about this. So like, yeah, if you mash the lens, you see no magic is being used and you can still see everything. That is absolutely insane that he just figured that out. That is, I'm impressed. He is a glitch hunter, dude. You didn't even know it. you get to the dead end, look for a crack in the wall, and use a bomb. Ow. Wait, was that blue? Is it normally blue? Am I crazy? Usually that's red, right? Or am I just stupid? Yeah, there you go. Frank, that's the clickbait title. MM's oldest glitch hunter. Oh, it is. Okay, I just don't pay attention. This guy is just plain boring. Waste him and pick up a heart piece. It's the same exact boss as the first one. If you come back on the third night, you will fall down a hole where the grave digger is. The object here is to find 3 blue spirits hidden underneath the dirt. You need to walk really slowly for the grave digger to follow you. If you go too fast, he might get lost. And you will need to correct him. Take him over the mounds of dirt to search for spirits. Watch out for the hand that will fall down from the roof. If you see a shadow, move out of the way and slash the hand that comes down. Here, I'll make it night 3 so we can do this. Oh yeah, the double recoil there. That's shoutouts to Jess. Shoutouts to Why You So Epic for finding that. You can also just def warp out of there. And there's also like, I think there's a glitchless setup you can do with the Goron roll that gets you all the way to the other side. But yeah, that double recoil looks really cool. Here, watch out for the hand that will fall down from the roof. You see a shadow, move out of the way and slash the hand that comes out. There are 2 mounds of dirt above the ground level. To get the digger to these ones, lead him over to the switches on the floor and step off when he steps on, then run over and climb up where it will lead you to before he walks off by accident. When you get them all, you will need to fight a boss. Let's see. Do we get Blessed Dompe RNG today? Dompe is cursed to be fast in bingo. Imagine. In Rando, it's hard-coded to be these 3. Which is really nice, so you don't have to waste your time losing, or you don't have to lose time to Dompe RNG. Let's see, did I get the blessed pattern? No. Almost, though. Oops. Dude, one of the funniest MM clips of all time. One of the funniest MM clips of all time is watching Nina try to do this blind. And the amount of times she just gets jump scared by the Wallmaster because she has random sound effects on, and so she doesn't hear the sound effect of it about to drop because it's like just some like random stuff that she's not used to. And so I think it's like 2 or 3 times she gets grabbed by the hand and gets jump scared. What are the three fast bottles have to be Koume, Dompe, and Goron Race, right? Or no, not Goron Race. Would it be Aliens? Alright, so let's read what he says here for the Poe fight. Boss can be kind of tricky. You can wait for him to stop spinning, then hit him with an arrow 4 to 5 times. A good place to go fight him is the hall where you first came in. Oh, yeah, Madame Aroma, of course. Yeah. You know, there is one frame here, or I think it's one frame, I'm not sure, when he first spawns in that you can just snipe him. And you can also time a bomb. You can pull a bomb and throw it at him. Yeah, there we go. Almost. And Dompe is the next fastest, yeah. And Aliens, yeah, you just have to do time of day. When you hit wait, you can open a 4th chest for a bottle item. You can also catch a big Poe in the center room, but I'm not sure what it does yet. Well, let me tell you. There's 2 things you can do with the big Poe. You can either use it to get through the well, and in certain like niche scenarios in Rando, it is actually faster to do Dompe and get this big Poe bottle if you're doing well. The other thing is you can sell it at the Curiosity Shop for 200 rupees, and it's a nice, easy way to make some money. In fact, let's go do that. Let's go do that and like get some money in the bank here. Chapter 12, Fortress of the Female Pirates. I've got a sneeze coming. Good. Just start farming money. This is gonna be if he knows. I'm kind of praying that the writer of the guide doesn't know about Bank 5000. So I really don't want to do Bank 5000. Oops. Yeah, I can't believe that the developers at Nintendo put women in this game. Kind of wild. What do you mean it's great? No. Bank 5000 is not. Bank 5000 is not enjoyable at all. I mean, in glitchless, when you just run around shooting Enos for like 15 minutes, yeah. And of course, we gotta deposit our interest here. And we'll just go ahead and reset again. Yeah, your favorite part of Glundo is just running around shooting Enos, yeah. He still hasn't told me to hit the owl statue by the lab. So I guess I'm going to Great Bay via horse again. I'm gonna blow my nose here. Give me one little sec. Ugh. I've been so allergic these last couple weeks. I don't know what's up. Maybe I'm allergic to unemployment. Not sure. I have started applying for jobs again. I'm at the point where, one, I'm like, yeah, it's probably time to start working again. And also, starting to feel it in the bank account. So it's like, yep, it's time to buckle up and find some employment. It's either that or start spamming YouTube uploads and pray that that works out. But I did actually apply to a job in Markham, funnily enough. Not a Tobacco though, not yet. I'm not that desperate. Alright, let me read this. Yeah. Explore the underwater area of the first map of Great Bay. Head all the way to the right. There should be wooden boards against a rock wall with a skull and crossbones. Crash into these to reveal a hidden passageway. What appears to be a pirate's hideout. There was several pirates patrolling the area outside. If one spots you, you will be thrown out just like the Deku Maze. Try to sneak against the wall and jump down into the water as Zora Link can do. Find the vent. Bro, we're about to vent. Let's go. Find the vent in the fort that shoots currents of water to push you back, then walk up the orange metal pathway there. Follow that path, careful not to be spotted when you surface, and jump on the switch's Goron Link. The green grate underwater on the other side will open. Jump back down and enter through there. This guy figured all this out. He's got it all prepared. You have to be very careful. If you move too fast here, this pirate will actually spot you. Yeah, I'm at the point of the job hunt where I'm just like, yeah, it's time to just like do a scatter shot, just spam applications and hope that one gets back to me. You know, you feel me? Yeah, it is, but stay unemployed and then become bankrupt. Yeah, I do have a lot of Shadow left to play. I was planning on streaming Shadow in September, so we'll get to that because it is September, of course. So maybe that's my ticket out of here. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to read the guide for this. Follow the corridor and you get to a mini underwater maze. Break the wooden boards where you have to push the pole blocks. Not very tough. Swim to the switch that is shooting jets of water upwards and follow the current. Watch out for the spike balls in the gaps of the wall. If you're pulled into one, you'll be thrown back out to the big entrance lagoon type area with the pirates and boats. Jump up and enter a door on the ledge to be in an area of spike balls and a jail cell type structure with a heart piece. Climb up the set of the stairs and use Goron Link to smash the barrels. Then step on the switch and roll down before the door shuts to get the heart. Wish is my command. No. Climb back up the stairs and smash the barrels on the edge of the ledge. Fire an arrow at the metal plate you see. And jump in the water as Zora Link and swim out for the grate that closes. Follow the corridor, watching out again for the gaps in the wall. In the next room, hit the switch to make the metal plate visible. And then stand on the little drain thing and fire an arrow at the plate. So a column of water will lift you up. Yep. You'll be on a wall. Oops. Back. Oh, column water will fire an arrow at the plate in the next room to open the locked door. Sorry. Okay. I got mixed up as to where I was. You'll be on a wall back in the entrance lagoon place. Follow the path and you will actually be inside the fort. You need to sneak past all the guards and up the ladder in the middle of this map. When you get to the top, sneak past the guard on the tower and across the bridge. If you can't sneak up the ladder, you can snipe away the guards with an arrow to knock them out temporarily. You will see a small scene with the leader of this band at the top. Shoot the beehive through the bars in the room to make all the guards run away and jump down and get the hook shot. Now is a good time to go back to day one, but you aren't quite done with this area. Well, luckily enough, I am on day one right now. Chapter 3, Zora Land with a side of eggs. Yummy. You should make sure you have at least 4 empty bottles before you attempt this next part. Now that you have the hook shot, you can skip the underwater area of the pirate's fort when you want to get back. Nice. Okay, so we figured that part out too, which is, I mean, it's not very difficult to figure that out, but still good to know. Just go to the first switch and use the hook shot. Yep. So he's saying, like, you should probably reset if you haven't already, but we're fine. Next thing you have to do is collect 7 eggs in your bottles. There are 4 in this fortress area. The first can be grabbed going back to the room where you got the hook shot. Knock the guards out with arrows or the hook shot if they get too bothersome. Oh, okay. So, one very interesting difference between Japanese and English here. There's a hole in the wall here on the Japanese version only. On English, there is a solid wall here, so you actually have to leave and come back through the front entrance of this room. And secondly, the chest in the Japanese version is facing towards the inner part of this room. On the English version, the chest is facing the opposite way. And if you play the 3DS version, you'll know that it was actually changed back to be like the Japanese version here. And the hole in the wall exists on all versions of the 3DS version of Majora's Mask. Kind of neat. Watch out for the snapping clam, he says. Alright. Another egg is in a door high up and by where you first entered this inner fort. Use the hook shot a few times to get up there. You will need to fight a little wimp boss. Alright. The ultimate disrespect to this boss that I'm sure is not paid enough to be a pirate. Two slashes with the level 3 sword and she is gone. Hit the wooden plank with the hook shot. And shoot all the dead fish inside with arrows before diving in. You can also use Zora Barrier in the English version, but on Japanese, as we discussed earlier, the Zora Barrier only works if you're like mid-swim. So shooting arrows is pretty much the only way. But you can also just go in and like tank the damage if you're really brave. But I'll follow the guide here. Oops. Oh, I fell in. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ow. And they boosted me off of the ledge there. Oh yeah, the big one just kills all of them. Third one is toward the back of the fortress. Use your hook shot to go up a ledge like you did for the last one. Another mini boss guarding the room with the egg. This one takes 3 slashes instead of 2. Is that true? I'm pretty sure they all take the same amount of damage. So I'm curious if there's actually a glitch that can happen when you fight the pirates, where you can actually get a double hit just by pure luck of you slashing your sword at the right like angle, opportunity, etc., etc. Also, yes, there's a way to skip this room very easily, but the guide does not mention it. It also doesn't mention this maze specifically, which is weird. Unless I misinterpreted what he meant by back. Is this the green one? It is, yeah, okay. So I wonder if he got like the double hit glitch, or if this pirate does actually have more health. I actually do not know the right answer to that question. Yeah. The last egg is right by the second one. Go back to the door from the inner fort map that led to the second egg. Turn around and shoot another hookshot post on the other side to go up to it. In the next room, the chest is a fake. Knock out all 3 of the guards, then jump down and go to the other side. Yeah, that chest is a trap. So very interesting. I mean, it's not exactly obvious, but there's no mention of the stone mask here, which I'm sure this guide would have probably brought up had they known about the stone mask or like what it does. But it's not the case here. Knock out all 3 of the guards. I did knock all 3 of them out. Jump down to the other side. Pink female pirate, barely worth mentioning. Hurt her badly for even trying. Then go on to the next room and grab this egg like you did the others. After you have all the eggs, see, there was the double hit there on that crouch stab. I have to imagine all the pirates have the same health. It's just the double hit glitch is just really easy to get. And now the guide says go to Great Bay. An owl statue on the inside, on the outside, yeah. Go to the lab on the first map of Great Bay. There's an owl statue outside, and it is in the water by where you got the Zora mask. Talk to the guy in there, then climb up the ladder next to him and drop all the eggs in. Let's just get caught and get thrown out. Because this is the first acknowledgement of the owl statue by Great Bay. Again, routing is routing is a thing in this guide. So here is yet another interesting difference between Japanese and English. You played the English version. This ledge here might look a little weird. That's because this ledge is actually higher up in the water than it is on the English version. And you notice I had to do a big dive there to get on top of this platform. On English, the ledge is actually lowered down enough that you can just like swim over to it. Like you can just like, I don't know how you would refer to this, but you just basically, you get in the water and like just move over to it and you can grab the ledge. But on the Japanese version, you cannot grab the ledge here. the platform is too high, so you were forced to do a Zora dive to get on top of it. And that can be a little bit annoying, but it's not, I mean, I've failed it twice now, but yeah, you just do that and don't fall down. Beesh. Alright, and we'll drop off our eggs here. I have to remember, do not show the egg. Nina will be very upset with me if I show the egg. Jackson, we workshopped out a new 7 TV emote that needs to happen today. Listen, you've heard of Keg W. You've heard of Keg W. But why don't we have Okegalol? I think Okegalol needs to happen next. Who's with me? Yeah. Yeah, I'll fire up Gimp. I'll make it happen, don't you worry. Look for 2 blocks on the map. Great Bay, there we found the Pirate's Fortress. Swim over to these. Wait, you're not going to make me do the seahorse? You will be in another area where you must follow the signs to get through a mini maze. If you mess up, you will start over. Dive down and go straight from the start to a sign. Go in the direction the sign is pointing and walk past the next one you bump into. Walk until you see another sign and follow that one. Follow that one. Turn and take the next one. Look around from here. Oh my god, this is like, if I didn't know what I was doing here, this would be so difficult to follow, to be honest. Turn and take the next one. Look around, you should see a sign nearby. Walk over to that one, and then the direction it points to. So, there's no mention of the seahorse here at all, which, to the credit, like, there's no indication that's really what you need to do. But, Jackson, there was an ASCII map. They did make an ASCII map of the whole thing, though. See this? Look at that. Look at how beautiful that is. Look at this, don't look at what's beneath Great Bay, but, you know. Yeah. Christ whipped. Yeah. Now need to fight the eels in the huge sea crater before you. They live in holes at various heights in the crater. To hit them, wait till they come out and use Zora Link's barrier attack. Some of the eel holes have eggs for you to bottle them up in. Dude, do your eel holes have eggs in them? Like, what the heck? Get the 3 eggs from here and take them back to the lab like you did with the other ones. When you drop them in the tank and jump down, all 7 will hatch and the tadpoles will write out some notes. Yeah, eel holes and Zora holes, exactly. There's just a lot of holes happening here. Alright, what's next? Talk to the man and target him. Use your ocarina as Link. He will comment that it doesn't seem to work. Hold on a sec. Guys. Friend of the stream, Colin the Rabbit, is in my stream room. Would you like to say hello, Colin? Would you like to come say hello? No, she's leaving. So you might see her run around a little bit later. Yeah, special guest, friend of the stream. Usually, she only comes over to this room when she's hungry. And to be fair, it is almost her dinner time. Like a cat at this point. Where's my food, father? We'll see if we can get her on camera later. No, she left. She's just checking in on me, I guess. Let me just make sure. Here, I'll let the cutscene trigger, and then I need to go check and make sure she's not getting up to trouble. Okay, I did not show egg. I'm proud of myself. Oh, the rabbit is in the building. Talk to the man, target him. Use your ocarina as link. The comment doesn't work. Pull out the Zora mask and play it again. You will learn the song that the tadpoles wrote out, which happens to be the bossa nova of Sea's Roar. That's what it's, I guess it's directly translated. The bossa nova of the Sea's Roar. Obviously, New Wave bossa nova in English, but Turtle Island and the Demons of the Sea. My God. Colin, would you like to come over and say hello to stream? Give me a sec. Let me see if I can bait her over to the camera angle. Nope, she's running away. Go back. Go back. No, she just wants food. She's not gonna come over here. It's not her dinner time though yet. She's just, you know, she is what he is. All right. Before you go, you might want to catch a few fairies. The boss of this place can be pretty hard. When you're ready, use the owl song to get to the statue in Zora's Keep. We didn't cover this, did we? Dude, yeah, his arms are just like, he's ready to go. And play the bossa nova of Sea's Roar for the female Zora outside the entrance to the Zora Hole. Holy. Are you guys reading what I'm reading? Play the bossa nova of the Sea's Roar for the female Zora outside of the entrance to the Zora Hole. Oh my God. That is a real thing I just read from this guide. We are here. Who's what? We are here at the entrance to the Zora Hole. So my only guess, I don't know what the exact, like, Japanese script says, but like this is obviously it's called Zora Hall in English. So I'm wondering if it's just like a translation between you know, like whatever word it was meant to be hall, but it can be also interpreted as hole. And like it kind of makes sense, it's like a fishing hole kind of thing. Or maybe it really is hole in Japanese and they just said, okay, well, hall sounds close enough and it doesn't have the same weird implications. So yeah, a large turtle with trees on his back will swim up and you can use the hook shot to get up there. It will take you over to the third dungeon, the Great Bay Dungeon. Go straight and through the door. There's a ferry underwater under the platform you're standing on. So I think this guide is going to do the same thing it did in Snowhead, where they'll tell me about the ferries that they were able to find, and then say, I can only find this many. You can go back and get the rest. So I'll follow this guide as it's written, and then I'll go back after I clear the dungeon and get the rest of them. Quick shot to get up there, and then we... Anyway, we're about to enter the best dungeon in Zelda history. How long is this? Pretty long. This guy is... Brother, you can't just talk about the entrance to the Zora Hall and then say this guy is hard. You can't just say entrance to Zora Hall. Excuse me. You can't just say entrance to Zora Hall and then type this guy is hard. The best tutorial area in Zelda history. What would that be? I did not follow this guide's advice. I did not grab any fairies. Hopefully I will be okay. Oh, the Great Plateauge. Nice. Go straight through the door. There's a ferry underwater under the platform you are standing on. Jump off to the left onto the elevator platform. Jump off that to the next platform. Jump in the water. He said left, but I think he's talking about right. So we'll grab this ferry, jump in the water and find the turnstile looking thing, pull on it. So another grate begins to shoot water. Jump back up and take the right elevator, then jump to the platform and onto the grate, and is now shooting a pillar of water. Jump from there on the ledge to the other side of the room. Alright. Now obviously if you've seen me play rando before, you know that this isn't exactly how I do this. Also I messed that up. If you've seen me play rando before, you know this isn't how I do this room. But we're following the guide here. So we will we'll play the ball as it lies, so to speak. Follow that ledge to a hallway into the next room. There's a ferry in one of the barrels in this room. Jump onto the spinning wooden propeller and then to the side of the room to get it. You got it. You can also just hookshot this barrel, but that works too. Jump down into the water and go through the hallways down there until you find a room with a big chest. Dude, we're talking about Zora Hole. This guy is hard, and now there's a big chest. That's crazy. Get to the platform in the corner and hookshot over to the chest to get the map. Use the hookshot to break one of the pots here too. for a fairy. If you wear the fairy mask, it will fly over to you. Oh my god, he does know. He does know about the special the power. Maybe he figured it out, like, in Great Bay Temple. Dude, this guide is so sus. Alright, Chapel Roan. Do your thing. Find the underwater hall in that room with the hand-like creatures and hit them with the Zora boomerang to kill them. Go down that hall and come up through the door to find a room with another big chest. Hookshot over to it and you will find the compass. Alright, so it wants me to hookshot over to the big chest here. Oh, it says hop back over to the room door you came from with Deku Link and shoot all the chopper plants in the next room with bubbles using Deku Link. Okay. When they are all dead, a chest will appear that you can hookshot over to and get a fairy. Really want me to use Deku bubbles for this? If you say so, Captain. It's actually not that bad. Chest will appear that you can hookshot over to and get a fairy. Back in the room with the compass, you can get a key in the chest underwater in the middle of the room. Go back to the room with a huge spinning pillar and break the pot at the bottom for fairy number 6. In the room with the compass is fairy number 7. Turn right when you enter and kill the 2 hand monsters below and break the pot. Use the fairy mask and it will fly towards you. Okay, so let's do this. Not exactly the order they described, but it's close enough. You don't even need to kill the hands. Alright, let's do this. Get a small key. Go all the way to the bottom of the spinning room and through the hall there. Climb up the red pipe on the side of the door to get to a locked door. The next room, kill the blobs and get all the chests. I think they mean pots, but, you know, just gotta load up on supplies. Climb up the red pipe and unlock the door. It wants me to break all of the chests here. All of them. Alright, let's see the strategy they've written out for Wart here. Time for a classic Zelda mini-boss, touched up a bit. In the next room, you'll fight the old Big Eye with tons of small eyes around it, boss. This time there are 30 or maybe even 50 eyes around it. You can knock the little eyes off fast using arrows and bombs. When you run out, use the hookshot and the sword. Hit the Big Eye a few times to cause it to throw off all the little ones and zoom around madly. Stay in a corner, and when it runs at you with its eye open, slash it in the eye. When you kill it, you will get the ice arrows. Oh, almost forgot. To start the fight, look up when you enter the room. I love that they just threw that in at the end there. All right, I'm just gonna do the old bomb strategy here. I'll do the corner strat that they outline in the guide. But yeah, you can use bombs to just hit the eye. And as long as you're moving when you have the bomb held, you won't drop it when they hit you. Yeah. Just hide in the corner and slash it. Oh, here he comes. Yeah. Easy. Man, what a good strategy for beating that boss. Ice arrows can make platforms when shot into the water. Go back to the room with the map. Use ice arrows to get over the floor, the icicles, and melt the block of ice there with a fire arrow. Oh, he doesn't know about the Bosky skip, or the BK early. All right, so he wants me to go back to the go back to the room with the map. Oh no. They mean compass. They mean compass. Well, let's go do that. Yeah, but the guy did know about spamming the Lens of Truth button to not waste magic, so that alone makes it, for a guide written in the year 2000, that's years ahead of its time. But here, we'll, yeah, so... You guys want to see something cool? Okay, we won't actually do that. But that's a fun little thing you can do. Another way to very easily skip the mini boss here. Try it. You need a running start. No? Maybe I just don't have the angle. Oh, we just clipped through it. Got it so easily the first time. Yeah. It just lets you jump through the wall like that. And then use the fire arrows. So let's read what it says. Another interesting mini boss. Tons of blobs will jump around the room along with a frog. Slash the frog, then all the blobs will turn into one and jump up. Aim an ice arrow at the huge blob, make it fall and shatter. If he lands on you in the big blob, you'll lose some major health. A few slashes should do him in. Then you can go back to the other room and get the boss key. I would say it's been a while since I fought this boss, but I did actually fight this boss a few days ago in a rando seed. Man, this guy had power crouch stabs and didn't even know how blessed he was to have that. Yeah, very, very, very quick boss fight, huh? With the gilded sword. Where would we be without this Japanese online guide? Exactly. No, this guide's amazing. Go back to the spinning windmill room and jump on top of the rotating blades. Ride them to the ladder that is surrounding the flowing water and shoot that with an ice arrow. Take that ladder to a big room, hook shot over the barrel, then freeze your way across. Okay, so this is very, very easy here. Very, very easy. Like that shit. Oh yeah, we already got that. Freeze your way across the other platform with a green turn switch. Turn that, then head to the room where you got the map. Freeze your way across from the map chest. Get to another room. Freeze the blob monster when it's close enough to the platform, and use it to jump up and hit the red turn switch. Okay. Oh, this is the order he wants me to do it in. Oh yeah. You can tell it's been a while since I've done this strat casually. So he wants me to go back to the map and then make a ice arrow path. Obviously not how you do this room in the speedrun, but that's obviously the intended way to do this room. And then he says, hit the blob when it is close enough and just jump up. You can just clip through as well. Very nice. What's up, Papa Wah? Shoutouts to everybody watching on YouTube. This is my first ever stream on YouTube. I'm doing it on both Twitch and YouTube, so hopefully there's some people enjoying in both the chat rooms. I'm felt like this would be a good first time stream to do on YouTube, because I'm going to be turning this into like a longer YouTube video. Anyway, so just as a recap here, I am using a guide that was written before the English version of the game released. This was written using a Japanese copy of the game that a native English speaker translated from Japanese into English in order to provide a guide of the game before it even came out in the US. Okay. Freeze your way of the platform. Freeze the blob monster. Go back to the room before the ice arrow boss and shoot the octopus guys with ice arrows where they leap up. Use them to jump up and hit the red switch on that platform. Yeah, this is really believable for how I guess a casual would approach Great Bay Temple, where they just focus on one thing at a time, go do the thing, go back to you know, the central area, and then go do the specific thing, rather than like route things together so in a way that's like, you know, it makes sense to do these things together. Like, it told me to go get the boss key and then what the heck? Told me to go get the boss key and then go back and do the green turn key and then go and get the red turn key that I just did. Whereas it would have made much more sense to do that first and then the boss key and then do this like right after Wart. But I'm assuming they wrote this guide like as they played through the game and just kind of came up with their own route that made sense to them on a first-ish time playthrough. Which I assume is how, like, most guides, like, walkthroughs are written. So it must make sense. Yeah, I'm assuming there's a lot of people who are here. They subbed to me because of the Blue Dog video, which I'm still, you know, absolutely floored that the video popped off as much as it did, and I'm glad everybody liked it so much. And yeah, I'm glad. I'm hoping to keep making stuff. My process is pretty slow, but I hope the trade-off there is that everything I put out is, you know, enjoyable and people want to keep coming back to it. So thank you, I appreciate it. All right, and then go back to the room before the ice air boss. Switch. Now go back to the very first room. The red pump in the corner should be spraying water. Aim for the hookshot target in the ceiling above it to get over it. Yeah. So when I first played Majora's Mask and I got through Great Bay Temple, I had no trouble figuring out the way this dungeon worked, like the mechanics and all that. The only thing I couldn't figure out was how to get over here. It did not occur to me at all that there would have been a hookshot target up here. This is the one thing I had to look up on my first playthrough of Great Bay Temple. Everything else made like total intuitive sense to me. But I just, for whatever reason, just decided never to look up. So I almost got through all of Great Bay without a guide, but I needed it on my first time playing through. Okay. Shot, the red turn switch, then turn the switch on the other side of the room off so the flow of the water is reversed in the big spinning windmill room. You go back to the windmill room and take the hallway all the way to the bottom. There's a fairy in a bubble in the hallway that leads back to the windmill room. Pop the bubble with the Zora boomerang. Get the fairy to make 8. In the same room, climb the green pipe and shoot an arrow at the fairy bubble in the middle of the room. Use the big fairy mask. Her name is Chapel. Come on. Let's be consistent here. Surely, Baby Ryoga should have predicted the rise and fall of a Midwest princess 23 years prior, right? Never mind not knowing about the BK or BK early in this dungeon, but not referring to the Great Fairy Mask as Chapel Roan. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. So, they want me to go down to the bottom here and first get this bubble and then come back and do the other one. And I will do just that. Wait. He says that should be 8 and 9. Did I miss one that he told me to go get? Actually, I have no idea if I missed one. But it's okay. I'll just go back for all of them later. Let's see here. In the room with the compass is fairy number 7. Break the pot for number 6. Where does he talk about 5? This fairy. So there's that fairy, the barrel fairy, the bottle, and the one at the bottom. Did I forget one? Or did they forget one? Did they forget to write one down? Hold on here. Oh, kill the spider. Okay, I totally missed that instruction. I totally missed the kill the spider thing. That's fine. We can kill the spider later. All right. Anyway, another interesting mini boss. Climb up the green pipe again and follow it to hit another green switch. Oh, whoops. Oh well, I guess I'll go into this room a third time. Now go back to the spinning windmill room and go through the other hallway that opened. Climb up to the corner of the room and use the elevator to jump over to the pipe. Oh. The 3DS remake stumped me more than the original. Too many colors. Did they add colors in the 3DS remake? Because, I mean, here it's just yellow, red, and green, right? But I guess it is brighter, right? And so obviously the guide here, if you read it, guys, if you read the guide here, this is what it wants me to do. It's right there in the text if you want to go read it for yourself. That's actually how they describe it. It's pretty wild that they knew how to do that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. What they want me to do is go to the corner here and ride the elevator up. That's interesting. I wouldn't mind, I guess, a compilation of, like, if they want to go that route and, like, be like, you know, do a full-scale remake of a couple different Zelda games that make sense, like, cohesive sense together. I think that'd be a decent idea. What I was kind of hoping for, was eventually them to, like, remake the Oracle games in the style of the Link's Awakening remake, but I assume the rights are, like, kind of messed up for that, so I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But, like, a 3D compilation like that, I wouldn't be opposed to that for sure. Especially because the only way to play Twilight Princess currently on, like, a modern console is to own a Wii U. Which, like, come on. Who owns a Wii U in 2025? Come on. Who owns a Wii U, right? Right? Yeah, whatever. Let's see here. Green switch to go by spinning windmill. Climb at the elevator to jump over to the pipe. From the pipe, jump over to the other elevator that is moving sideways. So it wants me to go into this one. I skipped over the pipe, but there, just jump over to the ledge. You need to fire an ice arrow at the waterfall at the right time. So the windmill will stop when it is almost even with you. You can jump across. So here's an interesting difference between Japanese and English. So in the English version, if you ice arrow this waterfall, this room is always going to stop right at, like, a perfect angle. Like, this is going to be perfectly flat. On the Japanese version, I'll see if I can get it at a slightly different angle. You see, though, how it's, like, slightly tilted? Like, it's not at a perfectly, like, right angle or a flat angle to the ground I'm on. So in the Japanese version, the room just stops, like, wherever it wants. Whereas on English, it's hard-coded to always be, like, perfectly parallel with the ground. Let's see if I can get it. It's a little bit more slanted there. I don't know if you can get it vertical, though, but whatever. We'll just... I guess we won't. Because Link decided to do a dive there. I'm going to try to do something here. I try to hit this and, like, side hop into the water so I land on the elevator. That didn't work. Nice. You see, you can see I just landed on the elevator. You own the day one white model with 8 gigabytes of internal storage. Hell yeah. I bought a Wii U in 26. I bought a Wii U less than a year before the Switch launched. Oh, I'm the poor sap who bought one right at the end of its life cycle. The Wii U launched better than the PS5 and had a better lineup still. My personal opinion is that the games on the Wii U are totally fine. Had a pretty decent library. The actual hardware of the Wii U, like, it is a garbage piece of hardware. Like, probably the worst piece of hardware Nintendo's put out since the Virtual Boy, if I'm being honest. Having to use a Wii U and, like, trying to wrestle with its interface is, like, actually miserable. Oh yeah, here we go. The room is just almost vertical here. Look at that. I don't even know if I can walk across this. But we have to try. Yes! So again, just to be clear, this would not happen on the English version. Can I make it up? Nope. Oh yeah, watch out for your spicy pillows, guys. I just had to trash a phone that definitely had a spicy pillow moment. So, watch out. Check your batteries. Check your batteries. Get a Wii U for Smash 4. That's the reason why I bought a Wii U, is because I started entering tournaments at my university. But then I kind of decided I didn't like Smash 4, so I really didn't play it that much. But I did end up really, really enjoying Mario 3D World. I think is one of the best titles on the Wii U, like, without question. I think that's an incredibly underrated game, and I enjoyed the hell out of it when I played it on Wii U. Smash 4 was the most okay Smash game ever. So you guys are talking to somebody who still plays Melee in 64 to this day. So, oh look, that's basically how it is on English. Nice. But yeah, I like 64 and Melee the most. Just hit it with a fire arrow, try again, jump across the windmill, into the gap in the wall. In the next room, go to the seesaw thing farthest away from the entrance, step on the lowered part, then fire a fire arrow at the ice on the ceiling to make it raise. Jump over to the next one and repeat. Hold on, before I do this, I'm gonna refill my arrows because I'm a little bit low. I've never played Zombie U though, but yeah, Phantom Hourglass. Being able to play the DS Zeldas on a Wii U is pretty nice. I almost just started speedrunning. We gotta follow this guide as exactly as it states. Oh yeah, the Legend of the Wind Waker Special Edition Wii U is just so pretty. I love the way it looks. Oh, is it just a stencil? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't read your full comment. I didn't realize you were just like, no, this is actually not great. But I think it looks really cool. And yeah, it's a digital download, which, me personally, I'm okay with just getting a digital download. Like, I'm not crazy about collecting discs. But I'm also like 30 years old now. I'm like, I don't want more crap in my house. So I'm perfectly happy to switch to digital for the large part. I just kind of autopiloted there. Go to the seesaw thing farthest away, and repeat, hit the last green turn key, then head back to the room where you hit the second green turn switch to get ready for the boss. Oh, he doesn't say how to get out of this room, though, so I can just do the quick strat here. I can't hear you. This is how the guide wants me to do it. La 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 la. No, there's no third seesaw in that room. Don't worry. Yeah, Gyoaku is how he spelled it. Gyoaku. I think gi is just the Japanese word for fish, right? And this was, I guess it was transliterated as like, as Georg in the English version. Your battery looks like Kirby. Sheesh, man. Watch out for that. Oh, playing it with the Wii U is cursed? Okay, I didn't realize. I should probably use a screwdriver for that. Alright, let's read about Georg real quick here. This guy is hard. I'm ready. He will swim around and try to knock you off the platform, then swallow you in the water, or when you climb back up. He has two ways of knocking you off. He might ram into the platform, which will throw you a few feet. If you're in the center of the platform, you won't fall off. He also might leap up and jump over the platform to try and hit you off. One way to beat him is to use regular arrows with Link and hit him, then quickly dive into the water as Zora Link and punch him. An easier way is to just dive in with Zora Link and use boomerangs to stun him, then hit him. After a while, he might summon some help to make things harder. Good thing you brought 4 fairies, right? Yeah, we totally brought fairies for this fight. Beat him in 8 to 10 Zora Link punches and grab his mask and heart container. Okay, so here is an interesting little difference here. If you know what you're doing against Georg, this boss is not that hard. If you know what you're doing, there is a major difference, though, between English and Japanese. There's a major difference between English and Japanese where, as I mentioned earlier, if you're swimming around as Zora, normally you can just press R and summon the Zora barrier attack. At least in English, you can just press R no matter what state you're in the water, and you'll just immediately bring up the barrier. In the Japanese version, it's a little more difficult. There's 2 ways that you can bring up the Zora barrier. You either need to be fully in the act of swimming. You can't be in like the startup animation. You have to be like in the actual like act of swimming. Or you need to be on the ground holding shield and B. So the strategy for Jorg in English is you just kind of stun him as he's like ramming into the wall. And what will happen is after you hit him, he'll try to swim away, but he's trying to swim forward, which is just in the wall. So he just kind of hangs out there. So what you need to do is just like raise and lower yourself. You press A and B. You press A to raise yourself and B to lower yourself in the water. So you just alternate that over and over, and you like match his height, and you just hold Zora barrier the entire time. So you're just like stun locking him. You cannot do that on the Japanese version. It's a little bit more difficult. So I'll try to show you guys what the speedrun strategy here looks like for Japanese Jorg. It's a lot harder than English, but hopefully I don't need to have any fairies. Yeah, the strategy he mentions of using boomerangs or like slashing him, you are going to get eaten. And if he eats you, it's like two hearts of health. So it is no joke. So again, I don't blame him for like coming up with that as the strategy, because like what else are you gonna do against this guy? It's not exactly easy to figure out, right? So yeah, so what you do here is you wait for him. You kind of like line up here. He's always going to face directly towards you. Shoot him with an arrow as he flows, and then what you're going to do is... So now I can summon the Zora barrier because I'm swimming. And you go up and down and like match his height. There you go. So that's the first phase. After this phase is over, you want to hold down and then press A to swim directly towards the ledge. Before he grabs you... Oh, he ate me. Unlucky. And yeah, 2 hearts of damage there. Very, very scary. But thankfully, the fight's almost over. I'm not Zora punching. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't want to be here a million years. He told me to bring fairies. I didn't bring fairies, so... Yeah, there's a lot... I assume people just don't realize you can use Zora barrier against him. This is bad. You know what? I'm just going to abort here. We're going to abort. He almost got me there. Yeah, I don't really remember what I did for this boss either. I definitely brought fairies for this fight. I'll tell you that much. There you go. No trouble at all. And yeah, so the way it works is like you're swimming into him, right? And what'll happen is if you just swim directly into him and don't like change your direction at all, you'll just like clip through him and swim and be out on the other side and just keep going. Here's another funny paragraph. If you have all the fairies, you can get double defense, but I was missing several of them, so I didn't bother going back to look. Maybe another time. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get those fairies, the remaining stray fairies, and then I'm going to call it quits for today, and I'll come back. I'll finish this up tomorrow. Yeah, rip AFR for this guide. Unlucky. Not hundo, sad. Yeah, they did the same thing for Snowhead, where they wrote the guide. It's like, go get this fairy and this fairy and this fairy. It's like random ones interspersed throughout the dungeon. And it's like, you're forgetting some for sure. And at the end, they're just like, yeah, I only found these ones. So I guess the guide may be finished later. But yeah, if you just like move straight into Jorg, you'll just swim right through him. So what you need to do when he's stationary is like alternate going up and down. So that's what I was doing. I was just going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And then when he starts to go up, I go up, and then he goes down, I go down. And then he's stationary, I do like up, down, up, down, up, down. And you just like will never clip through him, which is really nice. Whoa! Do you see him just like push me there? I've never seen that before. His hitbox just like extended right into the land. Dude, I've been finding some weird stuff today. Did you know that you can burrow into the path in Romani Ranch with Deku Link? Here, I'll show that off before I yeah, turtle push. Here, we'll go to Romani Ranch after we're done with the fairies here. Yeah, we figured out earlier that it's a JP exclusive thing, but it was really funny. I was not expecting that. I was just like moving around as Deku, and then I suddenly burrowed. I'm like, is there a hidden Deku flower here? No, it's just the entire path. New coast bingo goal. Just... Okay, I gotta ask you guys, what do you think is the worst goal in the current bingo format? What is the worst goal? $10 bottle contents? Ugh. Yeah, that does sound awful. Yeah, can you add power outage as a goal that just like wins you the board? Oh, 10 unique bottle contents? Disgusting. Whose idea was that? I know where the last 4 are. Yeah, free blackout if you experience a black. Exactly. That's the way we need to do these things. Not close enough. Rip. So I'll just do this Yo! That's a J only thing too, right? That doesn't happen on English. That like weird angled shot thing. That happened to me earlier with the bow. I swear that's never happened to me on English. Yeah, maybe that's like a weird shot thing as well. I'm not sure. Can I hook shot this from down here? No, I can't. Okay. I'm just gonna do the quick strat here. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea for something stupid. Can Sora just make this jump? I don't think so. I think you need a long jump. Nice. Does he talk about fisherman HP at all? Side quests and other loose ends. No, not right now. Okay. We're just gonna act like fisherman doesn't exist for right now. But yeah, he wants me to do wants me to do the spider house next, which requires a reset, so that feels like a good like stopping off point for right now. Is this faster than taking the turtle? No, there's no way. With how long this cutscene is here. And then you have to fall down. It doesn't even put you by the blue warp. Yeah, that was definitely optimal right there. Yeah, it saves in-game time because time isn't passing during that. That's funny. Yeah, the inside chest camera. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of weird like camera shenanigans that can go on here. It has been a long time since I've done this way of yeah, I know about the Zora high ledge grab, but I'm lazy. What kind of activities stop time from passing IRL? Doing drugs is a great way to do that. So he knows that you can get double defense, but he wasn't able to get all the stray fairies in the Great Bay, which is interesting. So I wonder if they had like another source they were talking to. Also, like 5 hours ago in the stream, somebody suggested I should do a Great Fairy tier list. For the record, of the Great Fairies in MM, this one with the purple hair is my favorite. Just so we're clear. Is it like a lavender kind of color, I guess? What color would you say the hair is? Yeah, but this is definitely the best looking fairy. Yeah, it's like kind of a lavender. All right, I'm gonna reset here. As we discussed earlier, the only way to save on the Japanese version of the game is to play the Song of Time. So that's what we'll do. And we will play through the rest of the guide tomorrow. I'll be streaming again tomorrow around the same time. As I mentioned earlier, today was my first ever stream on YouTube, simulcasting on both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, so the owl statues in the Japanese version are just for fast travel. They do not allow you to save. The trade-off is there are 3 save files on the Japanese version, whereas on the English version, there's only 2. You see, I go over to an owl statue here, and it just says, I guess it just says, like, play the song. The Song of Big Wind is what this guide refers to it as. The Song of Big Wind. Yeah, no zero at day on JP, sad. But yeah, it just says, the owl statues are just for fast travel. They don't have the save feature. Anyway, thanks everybody who joined on the YouTube stream. If you want to follow me on Twitch, my Twitch is just Vidya. 5 characters, VIDYA. Very easy to remember. And I hope you guys look forward to the stream tomorrow. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's really no different other than the fact that I have 2 chat rooms open. And it's nice that there's some people who, you know, maybe they follow me from Blue Dog, but they never got around to finding my Twitch stream. So hopefully it spreads the word a little bit. Yeah. All right. I guess for Twitch, I'll go ahead and raid somebody. YouTube doesn't really have raiding, does it? We want to raid Kuiper? Yeah, I'll raid Kuiper here. I don't think I've raided Kuiper in a while, so... And he's doing a 16-game solo multi-world. Good lord, bud. That is intense. Alright, I might go live later with a bingo race. I wouldn't mind it being a little bit later. But if people want to do it right at 7, that's fine by me. But anyway, I'll see you guys again later. Take care.